Papa Joe Gamer After Dark will not be seen tonight because of a special broadcast. It's time for the election night live reaction right here on Joe's Atmosphere.
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go.
All right, how many wrong buttons can I push besides the mute button for my compatriot tonight? You're going to have to deal with two military policemen tonight, folks. I've got my stepson David in the house. What's going on there, Argon of Terra?
Of the troops, for the troops. What's
You
going
know,
on, man?
What's happening? What's happening? I am going to start tonight with a cocktail. If you would like to join me, grab your cocktail of choice, and I'm going to pour one up for the American Revolution that happens every 4 years without a shot fired. Let's hear it to the democratic process, boys and girls. Let's hear it.
I will be toasting with a newfound freedom.
That sounds great. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys and girls. My source tonight is from AP. We've got a whole lot of more numbers coming in, it looks like. The latest one, of course, they're confirming she's won Washington, so that's nothing new. But this is from AP. We're getting our numbers from them right now. I'm gonna go ahead and check in with. I've got Fox on my phone, guys. I'm gonna be checking them out. And if I can find a stream where we can watch some of this stuff, I'll definitely pull it up for us. I'll be looking for that on another page. But right now, I want to touch base with the chat before we get going. And of course, our guy is here. If you don't know his name by now, then you're just not watching the channel. Let me introduce you to him.
There are some who call me Tim.
That's right. Tim's in the house. He is here. He says, "No, Joe, we want the game show." Hey, man, it might turn into a game show before. You never know. He also says, for those who are keeping score, Trump is ahead right now, 216 to 193.
Wow, that changed within just a few minutes.
Let me refresh my screen. I'm only reading 214 to 179 according to AP, but I will be looking for other sources during the show. Let's see. And has 5 million or so votes ahead. Is that in a popular vote, Tim? Is that what you're saying? Did you fart when Harris' picture was shown? No. For some reason, Argon of Terra decided to unmute his mic occasionally during the opening video. I kept trying to shut it back down when I'd hear him, but no, I don't think it was fart. But I wouldn't put it past him though, because he He did one of the greatest moments in movie history. We were at the movies. What movie was that? What movie was that we were at?
Signs, man.
Was it Signs?
Yes.
There was, I mean, the whole place, it was super tense. The whole place was totally
It was the
silent.
scene when he was looking into the
Right?
pantry with the reflection under the knife.
And by the way, your mother says, "Happy birthday, Argon." What's up?
Thank you, Mama.
Yeah, that's Foxy. You guys know her as Foxy around
Yeah.
these parts. She's on all my thumbnails. But anyway,
That's where I get my good looks from.
yeah, it's super tense, quiet moment, and all of a sudden, just let him, give him the sound, man.
It's the scene in the Signs where he's looking under the pantry and it's all quiet in there. It's all super tense, and then I just.
Actually, no, that is the sound he made. To be specific, this is the sound he made. He went.
The whole theater erupts in laughter,
dying laughing.
And then the freaking alien reaches under the pantry, so everybody's
right. Vince says hail to you, and Tim says the count is via Fox. Okay, let me see if I can bring up Fox. I'm gonna have to get a tab and try and get it going. I'll have to grab a link and try and do it here. Let's see.
The House of Terror respects those who cite sources.
Right, but I'm going to put the results screen up that we are using right now. We'll put that up. But let me see if I can get a Fox feed going here. You know what? I'd love to show my Sling channel, but I think they get pissed at me. So just take me a second to find something. Let's see. Stream Fox.
I hear YouTube is getting harder and harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, they're the biggest game in town, and they want to be, you know, friendly to everything. So they just, you know, it's let's see.
Remember a day when you had to click on a thing saying you were 18 if you didn't want to see it?
Right. Yeah. All of these ways. Nah, hang on. I'm going to keep working. You guys watching the show, if you know a link I can use, hit me up. Definitely. Let me know what we can use. Let's see. Let's Sling. Let's see. I'm trying to get one that I can use here.
Was that tripping, or did I see that Washington D.C. had an electoral vote?
D.C. itself, it may have. There's a couple of states. I know Nebraska is one that has an electoral vote that's outside of the rest of the state. And Maine has like 3 of them. Yeah, I'll get that going here in a second.
Well, what's got me confused is I thought DC didn't have an electoral vote, and it's like I've even seen it on their license plate: taxation without representation.
Yeah, let me zoom in on this map. See Maine right there. There's 4 different dots there, and they've got 3 different districts that vote different ways. Nice. And of course, Kamala is probably going to take all of these, but it looks like Trump might get one out of there. Huh. Yeah, that's amazing because look, Maine usually goes Democratic. I mean, my mother lives up there, and when we were up there visiting earlier this month, the Harris signs outnumbered the Trump signs. But David, I don't know if I told you this, but when we were visiting up there, there was one house, and I really. You know, if we weren't in rural Maine, I would have knocked on his door and saw how he was doing. But you just don't walk up to people's houses in rural areas of the country. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah.
On the main road to Mom's house, not far, I want to say a mile down the road, there was a house, and I guarantee you, I mean, I tried to look every time we went past it. I guarantee you, he probably had a Trump sign in his front yard, but he had 4 flags in the front of his house, 4 United States flags, all hung upside down, David. and I think you've done enough research to know what that means.
Yeah.
Right? It means you're under duress. Yeah. And so I was like, wow, that's amazing. You know, let me refresh this every once in a while and see if these numbers change at all. 9 minutes ago, called Washington and Idaho and California. Okay. Washington, Idaho, and California. Okay. Idaho is going to go Trump, it looks like. Washington, of course, that's going to go for Kamala.
Well, in
And then
California,
California, of course, is going Kamala. So
that's expected.
Nevada's in play, man. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. That's good. That's good stuff. But what's wild to me is this bunch right here. These 3 states in a row right here. If he gets 2 of these 3, he's going to win. And it looks like he's leading in all 3 of them right now. Right now, he's up by almost, yes, a full 3.1 points in Wisconsin. I'm sorry, I think it's Minnesota that they weren't expecting him to take. Let me scroll this down a little bit. The Don is at, wow, he's killing it in Minnesota. Wow, they must really hate their own fucking guy. Huh? They must really hate Tampon Tim, bro. What the hell? That's his state. They should be coming out in droves for Kamala. What the hell is going on here, man? Mm-hmm. Anyway, Wisconsin's leaning his way. Michigan is leaning his way. This is amazing, man. He's up 5 and now we got to look at what the percentage of the vote is in. 30% in Michigan. It's early yet there, so don't count your chickens before they hatch, but that's a big percentage point right there. And then we've got in Pennsylvania, he's up, my gosh, he's up 3.1 points in Pennsylvania. And he was losing this when it started early. By more than 5 points, he was losing it. And he is steadily gaining in Pennsylvania the more results they have come in. This is amazing. It really is. I wouldn't have thought these states up here around the Great Lakes in Pennsylvania, I did not think they would be red. I did not. I thought early, kind of like Pennsylvania, like I was talking about. I thought Pennsylvania would probably be blue to start with, which it was. But boy, it has shifted red. The more results they have coming in, man. This is absolutely crazy. Let me reset this, and I'll try and find us a way to watch. Hang on. I think we might be able to get ABC News, and it would be fun to watch them. You know who we need to check in on? The Young Turks. Oh my God, I bet the Young Turks are losing their minds. Let's go check in on them. I'm sure they're broadcasting live on YouTube, as usually they do. Young Turks. Let's see what they're up to tonight. Let's stick with the YouTube crowd, shall we? Young Turks, there they are. Let's see and they're live. Let's check in on them, shall we? Can you hear that?
Yeah.
That's an ad that's playing over there.
Oh, no, I don't hear the ad.
On. This is the Young Turks. Can you guys hear that?
No.
You can't hear it?
No.
Okay, hang on. How about now?
The blue wall.
Yes.
Okay, no, I'm serious. Yeah. Just do another one.
Polls close on YouTube.
Yeah, who knew that the polls would close before Cuyahoga County came in?
Right.
Anyways, live chat. Who's going to win the blue wall? Okay.
Speaking of Cuyahoga County, the Senate I've been looking at, and it's not looking terrific right now.
That's what I was going to go to next.
Sherrod Brown with 91% of the vote is down 5%. Well, there you go again.
They're going down ballot. I hate it when they do that.
You're going to close 5 points.
We will check back in on them later on. Where is my AP one? Yeah, here we go. Okay, new update. One new update. What is it? What are the top issues for voters in the 2024 election? That's a video. Don't need to see that. Okay, so the count right now is 230, according to this, to 179. Wow, that's amazing. Let's check in with the chat, see what they're talking about. He's up 6 million in the popular vote. Rumble is already overloaded. Okay. Do we have anybody watching over there? I'm sorry. I need to check in on them. Refresh. And I don't want you guys looking at 2 feeds of my same thing, but I want to go ahead and pop out the chat just in case anybody's chatting over there. Okay, Rumble's back up. All right. So are we streaming over there? I hope we are.
For soldiers. That's
Okay.
right. Military technology.
Want to say hi to everybody from Rumble and X,
Did you know
as well as YouTube. Yeah, we're up over there.
Twitter.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Let's see. He says it's just him, but I'm going to pop out the chat just in case somebody decides to come in there. But yeah, I was watching Comics Division's coverage early. Him and Brahma were doing a show, and they've had people in and out. Everybody knows I'm part of the Dix Division, so I enjoy those guys a lot. Vince says Chunk Yogurt is probably flipping tables by now. That's Chunk. That's Jank or whatever, however he pronounces his name. Okay, according to Fox right now, they've got a 216-193. And I really wish I could see what they're saying, but I'm going to have a hard time finding a free way to stream that. But here we got a 230-179, so they've definitely got something different there. The ones that are too close to call right now, they've got Georgia 51-48 for Trump. They've got Pennsylvania 51. This is just amazing to me. Same numbers, basically, 51.1 to 47.9 for Trump. North Carolina, 50.8 to 48.1, and that's for Trump. And then also Wisconsin for Trump, 50.7 to 47.8. This is just, wow. This is amazing. It's close. It's close in every one of these states. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, man. We might have a winner by morning. I'm not going to guarantee anything, though. We got a couple more updates here. Let's see. Trump's North Carolina win gives him options towards 270 threshold. And the AP race call, Donald Trump wins in North Carolina. Okay, the AP's saying he's winning. He's going to win North Carolina. So let's take a look at this map. Let's take a look at this map, boys and girls. 230 to 179. Wow. He's only got 40 to go. Now, what I want to do is go ahead and get these results punched into the map that I can manipulate. Now, this one right here, this one should be blue, except for, I think it was District 1. I think that one was going to be red. Oh, wait a minute. That's Nebraska. I'm sorry. Here's Maine right here. I think District 1 was supposed to be red. Yeah. I think they had it there. And then the New Hampshire's leaning that way. This is right. This is right. This all looks correct. Let me go back. I'm going to be jumping back and forth between the maps, guys, before I get it set up here. What state is that right near you guys, man? There's Maryland, and then
West Virginia.
Just to the right of Pennsylvania. Which one is that? New Jersey. Okay, we got to get New Jersey in there. That's blue. But let me get these two maps right close to each other here. Okay, here we go.
Kitty.
This is crazy right here that I'm actually putting that as a pink one. That is crazy that that's happening. This one's pink as well. This one's pink as well.
Texas?
Texas is gone. That one's gone already. I think Nebraska is completely red. Let's take a look at that map and check out. God, I keep going to Cenk Uygur. Okay, Nebraska's got one that's leaning blue, and that's District 2. The rest of them are red, except for, let's see, District 1 is leaning red, and District 2 is leaning blue. Okay, so in Nebraska, that's red, but District 1 is leaning red, and then District 2 is leaning blue. I just went past it like a dummy. There we go. Leaning blue. Not friggin' already blue. Okay. So we got that there. Then let's take a look. My gosh, all those states. That's amazing to me. Okay, looks like Virginia is leaning blue, and your state is already lost, brother. Let's see. North Carolina, I think they just said he won it, right? So that's that. Man, Georgia's leaning blue, or excuse me, leaning red. He won Florida earlier tonight. I know that. He's won all of these states. Let me double check everything in there. Illinois is blue, yes. Okay, and then we've got he's won Iowa. He's won all of this stuff. Wow. Okay. He won Iowa. He's won all of this. All the way down to Utah. I don't think they've called Colorado yet, have they? Yeah, they have. Okay, so that's right. I'm just double checking my maps here. That one we don't know about yet. I think we're about where we're supposed to be here. If it leans the way it's leaning right now, okay, he's 208. What am I missing for him? I think, did they call Georgia? No, they didn't call Georgia. Fun, man. What do you think of all this, Dave? First of all, are you enjoying watching the process now that you're an adult and you are engaged in it these days?
Oh, no.
No? You don't
Iraq was less stressful.
Iraq was less stressful, huh?
Yeah. You knew who the bad guys were. You had equipment to protect you from them, and you had equipment to get them with.
I hear you, bro.
It was all pretty black and white, to be honest.
Right, yeah, I hear you.
This shades of gray crap. Because to be honest with you, I don't think either one of them are decent human beings.
Well, yeah. Look, as with most, I've got to tell you, ever since I've been old enough to vote, the only time I really felt confident in pulling a fucking handle was the 2 times I voted for Reagan, and that was the first 2 times I voted for Reagan the second time. The first time I wasn't old enough to vote. The second time I was working for him. I was in the Army. 1980, I was a freshman in high school. So I actually, during that campaign, yeah, I was a freshman in high school when he was, no, I was a sophomore. That would have been the fall of 80. So yeah, I was a sophomore then. I'm trying to see what I'm missing here. I think I've got all these set up right. Oh, maybe, did they call Ohio yet? Yes, they did. So I think that's where I'm missing. Yeah, there's 225 right there. Let's see. Yeah, right. Georgia being called at this time. Good one, Joe. Yeah, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was. I was trying to find the votes that I was missing, and I just found them. It's Ohio. They called Ohio already. So, and Kamala's got 187. They must have called another one for her. It says 189 right here. I don't know. I could be off on some of the smaller ones here in the States. Let me see. Yeah, because the main one, I've got her 2 extra ones in Maine because 3 of these aren't set up yet. Let's see. It's Maine 2, Maine, and Maine. Okay. So the 2 in Maine are in play, but leaning Kamala. Okay. So that one should be that. And then the only one's locked in, I think, is this one, District 2. Let me double check that. Yeah, I think District 1 is locked in for Kamala. District 2 is the red one. Okay, got it. It's leaning red, and District 1 is already gone for Kamala. So now we're up to date. Now we've got it. Okay. Oh, well, I lost 6 somewhere. Fuck. I'm just messing it up, dude. I'm messing it up over here. Let me see what Nebraska looks like. There's 3 of them in Nebraska. That's God gosh. Nebraska 3, Nebraska and Nebraska. Okay. So Nebraska 3. Okay. And both the Nebraskas are gone, and the other 2. I've got it all right. Well, we'll figure it out as we go along. But anyway, there we are. There's 6 missing for Trump somewhere. I don't know where they're at though. If anybody can look at the numbers and tell me where those 6 are, just let me know. Maybe it's West Virginia. Oh yeah, West Virginia's good. Anyway, we got this all set up and ready to watch some stuff. Let's check in with the Young Turks again and go live with them and see where they're at.
Cuyahoga County's only at 70%.
And of course, they're going to play an ad when I refresh it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know they're going to play an ad. But that's okay. She's got a cute butt.
The Democrats, I think, flipped one seat.
Yeah, and the Democrat and the Republicans, I did think.
Okay, Arizona, 50-50.
It's too early to say really what.
Nevada, they don't have anything in yet.
So the reason I say that, guys, is that not because I'm following the House races super closely. It's because if the trend is towards Trump, that's definitely going to help the Republicans in the House races, right?
Yeah.
So that means that he'll probably have at least a little.
My
bit
gosh,
of a
man!
tail.
If it's a red wave and they get the
House.
Senate, the House, and,
now the Senate
the presidency,
would you say
my gosh,
definitely gone?
I would say I don't see how it wouldn't.
Let's see. The bullpen Brahma Bull is also downing a stream with many of the Dix guys and the extras.
Virginia seat,
that's the one I was watching
pickups
earlier
that you had a shot at in Florida and Texas, of course, didn't happen tonight. So there would have to be something that nobody is predicting to happen, and I don't know where that would be.
Let's check in on them
at this juncture. The Senate
see what they're
for the
doing.
Democrats is gone.
Yeah, last quick comment here, but it's about the Osborne race. So can you pull up Nebraska?
Yeah,
I'm very interested
that's
in that.
where they
and I have a theory on that. I think that Osborne is going to outperform all the Democrats because he's an independent. He's
okay. There we go. Let's see. TYT. There we go. Here's comics.
Until about 3 in the morning when everybody's asleep.
No, that's bullshit.
And now,
see, they're showing Michigan is
shared on screen or not, but from Project Veritas, boxes of ballots are arriving in Detroit from California.
What?
Fuck.
Cars with California plates.
See, this is why I don't like the mail-in voting.
Yeah.
Oh, it just went red.
It just went.
What did?
It did. While we were watching.
Yeah.
Yep. Wait, Michigan? It's only showing 34% reported.
Yes. No, now it's showing. 33%, and then Minnesota.
246. They've got. Wow.
Why is it so low?
I got 47% in Minnesota.
And Nevada are showing 0.
And Harris pulled ahead big time. All of a
pulled ahead of where?
California.
Like big time ahead. Like it's really weird.
Where? What state?
With Minnesota. All
you guys go check that out. I don't want to keep you over here just watching Comics Division stuff.
By 200,000.
If you want to check out Comics Division, go check him out on his channel. Because I don't want to take views off of him. But they've got different numbers than we do. Let's go ahead and take a look at this again and refresh it one more time. Yeah, he's simulcasting. I know. Yeah, that's something they do. Yep. Yeah, he's simulcasting. They've all been streaming off of that tonight. Yeah, this is going to be fun watching this tonight, man. Let me see if I can go ahead and keep working on finding a stream to watch this on. But I tell you what, man, how was your experience going to vote today, bro?
Yeah, I mean, we live out in the middle of nowhere, so like there were like 20, 30 people right in and out.
Yeah. I hear you. That's good. I mean, there were a lot of people early voting. I got to tell you, there was a bunch of people early voting. I did find us a way to watch Fox.
We're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying,
but
we're calling these states. So
we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. You guys have to excuse me. Sometimes my Jack Daniels bottle's right in the way. Okay, we got a way to watch them, so let's go ahead and get back to our map and make sure it's up to date here. We'll check the I like AP because Associated Press is a pretty reliable source. This says we have 2 updates. Missouri voters approve measure to replace near total abortion ban. So I guess they're going to say yes to abortion. Is that what I'm hearing?
Say that again. What is there?
Okay, this is what it says. Missouri. Hang on, I can pop right to it. Voters in Missouri, the first state to make abortion illegal after Roe v. Wade, approved a constitutional amendment that protects abortion law in the state in state law. The citizens-led initiative petition will legalize abortion up to 24 weeks, handing Democrats a crucial win on the top campaign priority. Well, that's good. My daughter will be glad to hear that about
That
the
does
state
sound
of
like
Missouri.
a move to ratify women's bodily autonomy on the state level.
Yes, they're overturning it. So
there
you go.
Political
it can be
terms.
done. Get involved in your state. If you don't agree with what they're doing, change it. Get it changed, man. But yeah, that's hey, man. Look, I raised my kid to be pro-choice. It's up to her, you know. But I think it should be rare, you know. So that being said, that's good news for people that are pro-choice in Missouri. There you go.
I'm with Tupac on the subject.
What's that?
If a man can't create life, he can't tell a woman when and where to do it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if it's 2 people in a relationship, I think that the father should have something to say about it. I think that's true. But, you know,
yeah.
But really, when it comes to passing these laws, I don't even think we need to be fucking touching it myself, you know. Really, I mean, you know,
no.
On them.
What happens at the state level and what happens inside the household are 2 totally different things.
Yeah. Let's see. AP race call. Kamala Harris wins New Mexico. What? Wins New Mexico? Yeah. Okay. I got it. I was thinking, I always get New Mexico and Arizona swapped around. I don't know why I do that. I keep thinking Arizona's right next door to Texas, and it's not. It's next door to freaking California, you know?
Yeah.
But we had a good experience out there voting. It was cool.
Surprisingly, one of the few candidates I was able to vote for in good conscience was a Republican. Our state senator. He ended up losing. Larry Hogan.
Well, let me tell you about
for a while.
What I liked about. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, I was about done. What I liked about him was the fact that up until honestly a couple weeks ago, I couldn't tell what his political party was. That's what I liked about him. You know what I mean?
Right, I got you. He didn't tote the party line. Is that what you're telling me?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
Yep. That's cool. Well, I got to tell you, there's my representative. He won his re-election. 86% of the vote he got.
Wow.
And you might know
people have spoken on that one.
You might know this guy. I mean, actually, most of the country knows him. He's third in line for the presidency. Mike Johnson wins North Louisiana in a walk. We just saw him give his acceptance speech not too long ago. They were having a watch party. I told your mother, you know, if we didn't have to work the rest of the week, I would have, you know, gone down there to it. But it was a watch party for Mike Johnson's campaign right there in downtown Shreveport tonight, and ABC was broadcasting from there a lot tonight. Let's see. Vince says it's been like that in Europe for ages. Oh, okay. What did I miss? Another guy who is doing a stream is Decoy Voice. Yeah. Except for medical reasons, it should be barred after 20th week. Yeah. I mean, there's a certain point, man. Yeah, it's a life, and you got to treat it that way, don't you? It's been like that in Europe for ages. Nobody is arguing about it. Just in, He won North Carolina. Yes, that sounds great. I'll have to update the map, young lady. That is Mrs. Argon. So
yeah, yes, it is.
Good to see you, young lady. Let's see. Yeah, Vince is saying hi. Vince is my hardworking wrench, dude. You see, he's blue with a wrench by him. He can pause guys. Like if we get guys trolling me in here, he can knock them out, stuff like that. Okay, North Carolina, huh? Let's see. Let's take a look. Did we already have that one? Yeah, we've already got that one. So, but yeah, here we go. Let's see. We got 192 to 230. And let me keep updating this map. Actually, we can go to Fox News and see what's going on with it now. Didn't I get a Fox News broadcast on this page? Let me refresh it real quick. Maybe that's what's up. Where did it go? It was on here a minute ago. What happened? Hang on. It keeps going away. Watch. There we go. Boom.
He says he's the only one allowed to troll. Everybody make sure you tip your bartender and pay the troll toll.
I hear it, man. I hear it. Yes. Let's see what this lovely young lady here has to say. Is she even talking? Oh, we got. No. Oh, I know what I did. I muted the tab. Whoops.
Hey, you muted the tab.
By a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime.
What is on his head?
Tonight,
no tax on overtime. That's a biggie, man.
Working man
yeah, but who actually gets overtime?
Limit on interest on
credit
cards. No tax
there's a lot of people that do. And I don't know if you've ever worked a lot of overtime, but it's like they tax it more.
As well.
Oh, yeah. There was no point in actually working overtime when I was participating in the workforce.
Right. Americans are not suffering. That inflation, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't
216 to 198. Now let's look at their map. They got Virginia in play.
216, 198.
They got a
few
few of them
argument was,
in play there.
Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups.
Yeah,
see, that's the crap I'm sick of.
And that's what's been going on, man. Most of the votes for this. Most of the votes for this lady are women for body autonomy, right?
Outside of what they tried to.
Or
I think that
it's an anti-Trump vote,
Trump is a bad
right?
guy.
Yeah.
Work for them in 2020.
Yeah, no.
People,
TDS, it's real.
Tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record,
I love Brett Baer. I could listen to him talk all day, dude.
I abstained from the presidential vote.
What you described without much enthusiasm.
Hang on, let me bring down the sound so I can hear what you're saying, buddy. What'd you say?
No, I just said I abstained from the presidential vote this year.
Did you?
I did.
I told you what I told you what your uncle did.
No,
he wrote in Vivek Ramaswamy.
There you go. Same thing.
You know, Danny, man. He doesn't tote the party line, man.
No, man. No.
Yeah.
That's what we've got is a bunch of it.
Yep. I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me what's going on here, because this is the second time that the Democratic Party has supplanted its democratically elected through the primary process. It's democratically elected leader.
See, that's a problem I have. If Biden isn't,
back when Trump won the first time, Bernie Sanders won the primary, and they used the superdelegates against him and put in Hillary Clinton.
That's who the left side of the political spectrum wanted too.
Yeah,
was Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. And they said, nah, the money guy said, nah, we're going to use the super delegates. And we're going to put in Hillary Clinton.
Yep.
And they thought for sure they were going to win too, boy. That Time magazine had the cover printed up, and she had T-shirts and everything ready to go.
Oh yeah. And the hubris.
Yeah.
Hubris was their downfall.
That's it. This is Trump headquarters, I think that's in Mar-a-Lago. I think. No, I think it's in Florida, but I don't know if it's on Mar-a-Lago. They've got an alert. Let's see.
The state.
Yep, there it is. There's the official.
That's the one that
has been
your
a
lovely wife
contested
just
state.
told us about.
That's what Honey was talking
Been
about.
there many, many times. A Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks.
And it took them getting. Now, look, guys, I've seen them call states with like 5% voting reporting before.
The state of North
Carolina.
Right.
Yeah.
But it took 90% to
the
get
Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. Yep. It was the only battleground state that he locked.
Okay, let me get. I'm going to pull my map over here and try and get this where it's supposed to be, as we continue to watch what's going on here from Fox. But let's see what this fella's got to say here. I've got to undo the tab again. Hang on. Let's see.
And that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of.
He's not going to do
anymore.
that.
The memo
They
that
keep
the
saying
campaign
that.
Co-chair put out.
It's nap time for Biden. Yes, absolutely,
just,
Vince.
Something
Absolutely.
that's telling us since the summer.
Somebody give him some ice cream and send him to bed.
That's another reason I'll say she's a hypocrite. If Biden is mentally unwell and incapable.
Hang on one second. Let me mute this guy down. What are you saying, buddy?
It's another reason I consider her to be a hypocrite. If Biden is so mentally incapable of running again, why is he still in office?
Yeah, well, here's my whole problem with her whole campaign. She says, let's turn the page. It's time for a change. I'm like, well, we're not changing if we elect you. And by the way, if you're going to do all this stuff, how come you haven't started working on it while you're in office? You know, that's my whole thing.
She could have been working on it when she was a prosecutor. Like, she could have been working on it her whole life.
Yeah, it's, look, well, boys and girls, look. What do we got here? Let's see.
Win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was
Virginia
a state
for her.
that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior election.
Well, no, their vote count has changed to 11 to 232.
And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very good for numbers. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and David McCormick.
Oh, they
looks
called
McCormick
New
with
Mexico
81%
for
of the
her,
vote
right?
in is leading by a point
I'm just
and a half.
double checking.
We'll monitor that.
My
I think
map here.
that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on
and AP's
overtime,
got him,
that wasn't a
got her
full-throated
winning Oregon
economic
right now
plan.
too,
And all that
which
may
is
be
not
true,
surprising.
but sometimes politics in life isn't fair.
Okay,
and he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that
I wish they'd show their map with the totals
they had
on
done
it.
probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit.
I
of
am
a plan
still
on the
missing
economy
6
and
for
inflation
Trump
and growth.
somewhere, and
To
I
lay
don't
out
know
a
where it
plan
is.
To maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to
The way it looks right now, if things stay the way it is right now,
that's some of the things
he's going to get
do.
303.
And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump,
if he stays leading in all the races that he's leading right now, let me bring this up where you guys can see it.
But don't you think he's done that? Don't you think he's done that? I mean,
Pretty big if.
Get these guys. Yeah, it is a big if. It is a big if. But let me go ahead and show you guys. Hang on. Yeah, if he wins, if things hold where they are right now, he's going to get. That's what this number is on top right here, guys. Okay, 303. That's if he gets all of these that he's leading in right now. And if she gets everything she's leading in, she's going to get 222. That's where we're sitting right now. Now, these could definitely change. Look, Pennsylvania, he was down 5 points, and the last I saw, he was up damn near 2 full points, almost 3. So it has been steadily changing. And what's funny is when they first showed Pennsylvania, and they showed she had the first one they showed tonight, all it was the county that Pittsburgh's in. That's all they had, right? And she was up like 65% to 30-something.
Well, and let me give you a little inside info about Pennsylvania, because I'm up here pretty close to it.
Yeah.
They have a huge and very, very silent Amish community.
Yeah. And the Amish came out and said they were pro-Trump. Yeah.
They don't typically even vote.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
That's it, and that's a big community, man.
Now, the one caveat about it all that does make me kind of nervous is for them, it's a religious thing. And I don't like the mixing of those two.
Right. Yeah. Look, man. Yeah. The separation of church and state's important.
But hey, I fought.
But you should be allowed to practice your religion, just like the Amish do. So I mean,
that's right, man. I fought for people's right to be different than me.
That's right. Absolutely. So for some reason, I am missing. This is driving me nuts, guys. I'll show you what's driving me nuts. This AP map that I have. Okay, let me get it up here. This one's showing the dawn at 2:30, and I've got everything set up exactly the way that other map is. And the Kamala number's right. It's at 2:05, but I've got it at 2:24. I'm missing 6.
Well, they just had 2:11 to 2:32.
Huh?
Whatever feed you just had up, was that Fox?
Right, that's Fox. That's Fox.
Yeah, they had 2:11.
Like I said, I'm just showing you the AP output on mine.
Something wrong.
DC, Maryland. I don't know, man. It's probably in here in Maine or something. Let me double check that one more time. Maine and Nebraska, because they split. All their stuff splits. So let me double check them again. Maine, yeah, there's only one for sure, and that's Kamala. And then the 2, and District 2 is leaning his way. Something in here's, I'm got something messed up in here, but I'm just not going to worry about it. Hell with it. They're both close, but let's get back to Fox News and see what they're saying. Let's get back to them.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kaylee, that
yeah, they've got 212 to 232. We'll have to check their map.
Ohio takes him
pretty
over
close
the finish
whenever
line.
they
We don't know. In Michigan,
up.
Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick.
Let me see if I can play it back
Montana,
on this feed and see a
this
map.
lead could grow. And there was a long,
There's
big
their electoral
conversation,
map. Okay,
especially when you
hang on.
look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration.
They're
so you got to
showing
start
that
thinking
in
about that.
play,
That's a political calculation
this
you can
in
solve,
play.
on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this: the word here,
that's
the
Arizona
word
in play. They're showing this one in play.
Other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala.
It's going to do that. Sorry, guys. They're still showing this one in play. And they're still showing no. They've got North Carolina. Now they called North Carolina, and they called New Mexico. Okay, but they still had Georgia in play. I hate it when I do that. Okay. Virginia.
Okay, there's your 232.
Yeah. Virginia they didn't have called yet, but it's been called. Leave that the way it is. We know they called New Mexico. Okay, we'll get back to them and see what's going on with that.
Is she still in here? You seen any?
The Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster.
Oh, then now they got 212.
Vince says,
necessary
why
to restore Roe v. Wade.
Did they,
there was
Virginia,
also discussion,
he could
not
possibly
hammered too
still
much on the
win?
campaign
They called
trail,
Virginia.
but the idea of making
that's what he's saying. Why?
States has been kicked around for a long
Pennsylvania,
time.
3
possibly expanding
point
the
lead for Trump. Yeah.
Supreme Court. So
and it's been steadily growing.
I think
it's been
in
steadily
many ways
growing.
We're galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening.
Yeah, we
in the
delivered
United
Louisiana,
Senate.
boys
So
and girls.
if
Take a
this
look at that number right there.
We know now that there's a majority.
We
so
delivered
at least in the short term,
Louisiana.
Those things won't happen.
Believe
Eventually,
that.
we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
Yeah, well, we'll come back because, hey, we love you.
Okay, Ted Turner employee.
Right? Okay, Ted Turner employee. And I still got him at 224. This is driving me nuts. There's 6 missing somewhere. I don't know where it is, but that's okay. No big.
Denzel really said it right, man.
What's that?
If you don't watch the news, you're uninformed. If you watch the news, you're misinformed.
Right. That's it. That's for sure. It's true, man. Okay, this is the way they had these things leaning earlier. I'm gonna go with that other map and that AP's got going. Let's refresh. They've got 7 updates on AP now. 205 to 230, and nothing's changing right now. But man, it's still blowing me away that he is leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. 75. Look how close that is in Wisconsin. There's only 100,000 votes between them. Wow. Only 100,000 votes in Wisconsin between them. Here in Michigan, 140,000 votes. Pennsylvania. Almost 250,000, not quite. Almost 250,000. Almost. But that's close, guys. That's close.
Yeah.
That is close. Look, it's only 7,000 votes in fucking Arizona.
Yikes.
I mean, you say your vote doesn't matter, do you? Come on, man. Give me a break. Wow. Now they have nothing reporting in fucking Nevada. Well, let's take a look at what they've got here for updates. Watch migrants at Mexican-U.S. border share fears for their future on Election Day. Yeah, I imagine if
Every
this guy
4
gets
years.
in, man. Bomb threat emails came from Russian email domain culprits, not necessarily Russian. Oh God! Wow. Russia.
Yeah.
Poll closures that's going on. The polls in Alaska probably won't close for a little bit. And Hawaii, that's, my gosh, I think from Louisiana it was 7 time zones. I think that's what it was. I'm not sure. I'm talking from the central time zone. So that would be like, what, 5 away from Pacific? I can't remember because I used to live there. If only there were a way I could find that out, right? If there's, I've got this thing right in front of me called a computer. Let's see. What time is it in Hawaii? Let's see. Because, they're going to be voting until the week. We're going to be in bed before we find out who wins fucking Hawaii. That's for sure.
Yeah,
what time is it in Hawaii?
I'm just hoping to see 270 before I go to bed. Which is diminishingly.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. How late are you staying up?
I'm pushing right now.
Okay. So it is 11 o'clock Central. It's midnight where you're at.
Yep.
It is 7 p.m. So the polls are fixing to close probably in about an hour.
It is no longer my birthday here.
No longer your birthday, but I hope you had a good birthday, man.
I did.
I know you got the tools you needed for what you do. So
yes.
That's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's go back here and take a look here. Kamala Harris wins Virginia. Yeah, that other places called that way before this. So Kamala Harris wins Hawaii. Wow. Big shocker there.
After we were just talking about how we wouldn't find out about Hawaii until tomorrow.
Well, let's see. This is 0% reporting. Come on, let me refresh this. Come on.
How are they calling that with 0%?
Right. How are you calling it with no fucking... Yeah, come on.
For real.
What are we doing here?
That's about like that sheriff in my county getting 100% of the vote when I know I voted against him.
Oh God! First yawn of the night for me. Maybe they were just What the hell? Where'd my map go?
Oh, he got 100% of the vote that he received.
Right. Okay. Let's scroll that up. No, come on with this now. Okay. Here we go. It says Hawaii, but let's take a look. There is nothing reporting in Hawaii, and they gave it Hawaii to Kamala Harris. Let's see what Fox has to say about this. Hang on.
Is it that their representatives have already cast their vote and they don't care how their people are going to vote?
I don't know.
Is that what I am to read out of this situation as a person who overthinks things?
I hope not.
Increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are. And we can run through all the other states and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do two more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now at midnight on the East Coast? 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the southwest, as of now, okay, that's where
Look
it
how
is.
big the
0.4
sections of
percentage points
Arizona
Trump
are, dude.
lead in
Yeah.
Arizona.
Nobody's there.
Desert
Voting
place.
right now.
Oof.
Estimated. Too soon to call. So
Lots of reservations here.
we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all three of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on
and
our
if
calls.
It did happen. It would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College was designed,
states.
to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if. Blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really.
They have got the cutest girl covering the Trump headquarters too.
Behind me. And that's
she a hottie, bro.
Folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio.
I just cannot believe these numbers coming in those fucking states that I've been
of the former president
talking about
walking around his celebration
all
party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken,
Trump
but
to win,
he looked to be
he's pulling
in a very
ahead
good
in
mood.
every
I'm
one of
told
them.
by folks
He's got
in
a 5-point lead
that
in
the mood
Michigan.
is very positive. And I also know now
but
that
what was
House
the
Speaker
turnout
Mike
in
Johnson,
Michigan?
who
Look
was
at this.
in
It's only
Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. And so all around,
whoa, did you hear that?
Indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration.
The Speaker of the House is on his way to Mar-a-Lago.
All eyes on Pennsylvania.
My man,
That
Mike
is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say.
Wow.
I hear they say that. They do.
Wow, man, that's amazing. This is just wow. If he pulls this off, it's crazy, dude. If he gets all three of these, which it looks like look, these two, the turnout in Michigan is what's blowing me away. It's only 2.5 million people. How many people live in Detroit? You know what I'm saying? And most of them are going to vote blue almost every time. I don't know if you understand the demographics of this, bud, but when you have a large population area in a city, I mean, just look at the heavily populated area up here, starting with the state below you and the state you're in, right? Where you got these heavy, dense population areas, they usually always go blue, right? But these two aren't. And the turnout in Michigan is what's killing me. I'm like, wow, you would think there would be more people coming out in Michigan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Well, look, I can hear you getting tired. You take off whenever you want to, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off. I'm on 5% as well.
All right. Well, listen. Any words you want to say? Well, I know what his message is to you guys. I've got a meme for it. All right. Don't believe the hype. This is what they all fear. All those guys in Washington fear. Okay.
At the end of the day, no matter who wins this, they're against us.
Yeah. So just remember, keep them. And here's my problem, Dave. And I'm going to go. I'm going to do a little preaching about what I used to do when I was a kid. And you see it right there underneath there. Ex-journalism student at LSUS. That's what I did right out of the Army. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be Woodward and Bernstein. And I found out even back then, that they were slanting the news a certain way.
Yeah.
You guys Do not buy everything they tell you on television. Do your own research. Find out the stuff you need to find out. And
I will leave y'all with this little anecdote. I quit trusting the news, whether it be left or right leaning. It was both of them, Fox and CNN. When I was in Iraq, and they issued a report that if it were true, I would not be here to talk to you about it today. Talked about my city, Al Hilla, a vehicle-borne IED attack, the only one of the day, that catastrophically killed 4 soldiers. None of us were hurt. The thing ran into a barricade. His bomb was so poorly made, it didn't even explode. It fizzled, and he refused to surrender and perished in the car fire. Yeah. Wow. And here I am, happy and safe. That's when I lost all trust for the news.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Everybody in the military that I've ever talked to from your war zone and from Afghanistan, they don't trust their government as far as they can throw them. So, yeah,
not a big
and look, the press is supposed to be a check against that. They're supposed to hold their feet to the fire.
Yes.
And here in the last few years, they've become an editorial and almost propaganda machine for one side of the political aisle. And it's
don't let them divide you, man. The people who think differently than you, stay at the table and listen.
I found the 6. It's Kansas. That's the one I was missing. There it is. Okay.
There it is.
Right dead center of the country, and I didn't see it. Okay. Well, listen, you take care of yourself. I hope you had a great birthday. I hate that it was on election day, but hey, man, an American Revolution every 4 years, man.
That's it,
and
man.
Not one shot fired. I think it's great. I love election day. It's the Super Bowl of everything that goes on. So
I call it the series finale of America, or the season finale.
That's it. The series finale for now. For
the season finale.
Years. The season finale. That's it. Yeah. But your mother asked me earlier. She goes, "What if the House and the Senate and the presidency all goes red?" I said, "Then Donald Trump will probably be able to get past anything he wants for the next 2 years."
Yeah, I don't like that idea.
Yeah, it's better to have checks and balances. I'd rather see at least one, either the Senate or the House.
Well, what I would love to see, by definition, can't happen. I would actually like to see a Democrat and a Republican run together as running mates, but by definition, that can't happen. So
right.
My beef is the 2-party system.
Well, I mean, hey, we're seeing shit. You've got 3 guys that used to be Democrats over on the Republican side now: Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK Jr.
Yep.
All 3 of them used to be liberals, and they said, "You know what? I'm tired of them messing people around, and I want to do something different." And they've all teamed up together. I think it's great that Tulsi's teamed up with the conservative side of the aisle, because she's a lot of her tendencies have been conservative. I've been a fan of hers for a long time. But anyway, go to bed, man. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was great to get your insight. And I love you, man. You take care of yourself, and you give them girls a kiss for me and a hug, okay?
I'll do it, man. I love you, man. I love you guys. Everybody take care of yourselves. Be good to one another.
Take it easy, brother. We'll see you next time. Be good. Let's see. Vince's propaganda goes back to at least the Napoleonic War. Absolutely, man. I found it out. Look, I was sitting on the student steps at LSUS. I'm walking up there with a friend of mine that I had served in the Army with, right? And we're walking up those steps. And sure enough, there's a reporter from a local television station out there. And they waved us over, had some questions for us. Now, this is in 1987. Okay. And it was the winter of 87, around January of 87. And she asked, it was a cameraman and her. And she said, "Can we ask you some questions?" "Yeah, sure." And she says, "How do you feel about President Reagan making cuts to higher education?" And I said, "Well, me and my friend here, we joined the military for college money, so it really doesn't affect us." And she looked at her cameraman and gave the slash throat thing. And I was like, you don't want to talk to me now? She goes, no, we're done. Thank you. And I said, I'm a student of journalism, right? And I told her that. I said, wait a minute, I'm studying journalism at this school. They're teaching us to cover every side of a story, be objective, and you don't want to talk to me anymore? And she actually said this to me. She said, no, we just want to talk to people that are getting hurt by it. That was in 1987, folks. They're always leaning it to look at one side of a story. They almost always are. So, yeah, I see. Vince says, wouldn't surprise me if it goes further back. Absolutely. They can both run as independent. Yeah, absolutely. They can. And, would Trump have gotten this far without running for one of the two major parties? Would he? I don't know. Maybe he could have been the first one, who knows? Yeah. And he says goodnight to Argonne. But anyway, okay, let's check the map one more time before we get out of here. I finally got the map fixed. Let's take a look at what we've got here, and we'll compare it against the other one that we've been running tonight. Doesn't look like anything else has changed. Let's see, 5 updates. Melania Trump shows image of her son Barron voting. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that picture. Let's see if it's... Yeah, here it is. She shared it on X. Here it is here. Barron is such a tall dude. Look at this, man. Is that crazy? I can't even fit it in the damn screen. Hang on, let me bring that down. He towers over his dad, man. Barron is a big dude. Yikes. But there he is. 18 years old. Hashtag presidential election. Hashtag proud. That's Mama's picture of Barron. So he casted his first vote today down there in Florida. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what else we got. Kamala wins the 2nd congressional district in Nebraska and 1 electoral vote. Inside AP's call for Donald Trump in North Carolina. Okay, so let's take a look at the map. Let's get that up. We got 210 to 230. This is tight, but man, if he continues to build leads in those swing states up north, my gosh, man. And Georgia, he's almost got it by 250,000 in Georgia. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. It's so tight. We got 93% reporting in Georgia. That's got to be close to getting called. We've got 86% in Pennsylvania. Wow. 30,000 votes. No. I'm sorry. I'm saying that wrong. That's 170,000. 86% reporting in. We've only got half of it in Michigan. But wow, Michigan is just, the turnout just looks so low. 77% reporting in Wisconsin, and he's got 100,000 vote lead. Wow, it's amazing, man. This is crazy. Yeah, I've been dying to get into the kitchen and make me a pork chop. Well, I tell you what, go make you a pork chop. I'm going to turn on the trailer for a minute because I've got to take a pause for the cause. I'm going to be up with you guys for a while. I'm got my Jack Daniels just in case we get the good news. But I'm going to throw on the trailer for a couple of minutes, for a couple of seconds here, and go get a fresh beer and take a pause for the cause. And we'll be back with the American Revolution every 4 years. Without a shot fired. Gotta love it. All right. We will see you in a few seconds. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take a pause for the cause. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep going. All right. Welcome back. Those of you watching on X, the big green play button, and YouTube. It's good to see all of you this fine election night. Here's what we know so far. Wait a minute. Let's see what Vince has to say here. He says, as long as Georgia still have a chance to flip blue, they won't call it. Yeah, do know that. Duh, I always forget that I have shitty wireless headphones, so I'll be still listening in. No problem. Well, the East Coast is already hit midnight. We're looking at 7:23 over in Hawaii. And they've already called Hawaii, and there's like nobody reporting in Hawaii. So I don't understand that one. But let me double check the map here. Right now, AP's got it at 210 and 230. Let me make sure I've got my map set up so I can play with it. What do they have for Kamala that I don't have? We got the 230 for Trump. Where's the other 5 that she was supposed to have gotten? Where is that at? Let's take a look. Did anything else flip that I didn't know about? Let's take a double check and see. Okay, everything's called in Nebraska except for one. She got that district too, so okay, we'll check on that. I'm looking. Yep, I think I've got it all set. Maybe I don't have Hawaii marked on that other map. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have Hawaii marked. That's one of them. She got that one according to them, and it's probably one of them ones in Nebraska. Let's double check Nebraska again. Just had it, but I've been drinking, guys. Gonna tell you. 3 red. The only one that's in play is District 1. District 2 for her. The other one's for Trump. Okay. District 2 for her. Let me close that out. District 2 for her. And oops, I didn't want to do that. No. Okay. District 2 is Kamala's. The rest of them, District 1, I think, is the one that's still in play for Trump. Leaning Trump. And then Trump already got these 2. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, 230 to 210. Okay, we got it all squared away. Our map is ready to go. Now that we've got the map ready to go, let's take a look at it. Of course, Alaska, we don't know anything about that one yet. Nevada has got nothing coming in yet. But if these continue to grow, those leads, guys, if he gets this, and this, if he gets all 3, there it is, 274. There it is, 274. It's just amazing to me that he's getting. I thought for sure that he might be able to pull off one, but to be ahead in all 3 of these is just fucking amazing. Let's go back to Fox News and see what's going on there. They're in the middle of advertising. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and mute it here and unmute the tab, though. Let's do that. All right, they're back. Perfect timing. Let's do this. Let's see what they've got for us. They got her at 216 now. Right? Wow. Wow. They're in Georgia. They think they've won. Hello? If they get one more and it adds to the percentage. Same thing they did in Hawaii too. Yeah. Oh my God! I'm sorry, man. I thought you guys could hear this.
And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm laughing at this stuff and everything, and you guys couldn't
Trump
even hear
winning.
it.
And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got
He said he had a
pundits, you've got
bunch of
polls, and on
intelligent
election night,
women behind
the
him.
people speak, and the people here are watching the. This may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the electoral college.
Apparently,
but they're watching their fellow Americans.
what you missed
cast
before. I'm
ballots
sorry, guys.
on behalf of a candidate.
I'm
they
just
believe
standing
in.
in the kitchen hearing
So a
you
lot of
laugh at
energy, and I
nothing.
think represents a lot of living
I hear you,
rooms
Vince.
where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting.
They were
USA, as you guys
they
are
were
bringing in
talking to the girl in
returns. A
Georgia
lot of
at
hope
the
that
headquarters in
former president
Georgia,
will be
and
47.
they called
It's just a matter
Georgia
of when it might
in
be
that
called.
room
So
at 10:30,
thanks for indulging us here on
which
Fox
is
Nation. We
about
just
an
wrapped
hour
our
ago.
coverage, and you guys are doing
in
a
that time zone.
phenomenal
So
job.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Apparently,
Exactly.
they're
Say hi,
wondering why
everybody, for
Fox
us down
News
there.
hasn't
Maybe not New
changed
Edition,
their
but
call yet.
something.
So
Let's bring in our panel.
pretty strange.
Welcome back, Carl Rove, Jessica Tarloff,
New
and
Edition
Sandra
fan.
Smith. And our regulars to
Oh
the
man,
right.
here come
Sandra,
the talking heads.
Great
Okay,
job looking
let's
into
get out
the
of this.
Fox News voter
I do have
analysis.
something queued up here
All
for
right,
you
a few
guys.
things. We haven't
and-
really talked about fracking
and
in
it
Pennsylvania
is,
as we do.
I have to tell you, this is the whole reason why I never voted for Kamala Harris. And you guys have seen me show this before, but I think it bears repeating. Okay. This is why I can't believe she even ended up as vice president. But yeah, let's just take a look at this. This is my boy Jimmy Dore. Shout out to Jimmy Dore and the miserable liberal. Here, his wife and his whole crew of comedian friends. Check this out. This is the night that Kamala Harris's run for president in 2020 died.
So here is the moment, right? Everybody's talking about. So here's when Tulsi laid the smackdown on Kamala. The thing that's amazing to me is that Kamala Harris was not ready for this moment at all.
And by the way, I'm a little biased. My favorite politician of the last decade is the reason why. After this moment happened, her money dried up and she quit her campaign a week after this debate. Watch this shit.
You didn't know this was coming at all? You didn't know this was coming? Okay, here we go.
You know what? I like to think of this as political porn.
Yeah.
That's Jimmy's wife.
Bring it on.
All right, here we go.
State of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with
Wonder Woman.
By the way, just the choice of clothing. You know Kamala Harris was like, can you believe she's fucking wearing white? Kamala Harris looks like she's dressed like an undertaker. And then she's got to go up against a virgin pure Hawaiian. Are you shitting me? It's like, why did she just ride in on a white horse, you know?
State of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard.
It's like Batman is coming to fuck you up. That's what it looks like to me. All right, here we go. I'm biased.
You took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
My response is I'm going to ignore your bullshit framing. And I'm going to talk about something that actually matters because I'm a fucking major in the Army. I don't take shit from a motherfucker like you, Jake Tucker.
I bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting Black and brown people all across this country today. Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Yeah.
She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris.
Wonder Woman, baby. That is Wonder Woman. Shit. Look, guys, I didn't do it this year because I really consider this the lesser of two evils this year. I really do. But the last time I gave to a campaign, it was Tulsi Gabbard, and I gave her $50. That's all I ever give for any political candidate. God love her, she won't take fucking corporate money. Now that she's in the Republican Party, hopefully she will, right? But that's what ended her campaign. But on this night, she gave the knockout blow to little Miss Harris, our current vice president. Let's continue this real quick. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, but some of this you just got to see. It's great.
This is when everybody in America got to find out that Kamala Harris has a glass jaw. Watch this. Here we go.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system.
She's literally choking on her own words.
Because her whole brain is like, oh, wait, this is a woman of color. I can't play the race card. Oh, shit, she's a combat vet. Fuck, I can't play any of my tough guy routine. Oh, shit. I'm fucked.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of
our for-profit prison system.
No doubt. No doubt.
Significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body.
Oh, man. Now she's slinging mud.
Fancy speeches. You mean like, does that mean factual speeches? Since when are facts fancy? Right? Hey, do these pants make me look fat? Don't get all fancy. Hey, let me tell you something, Kamala. If you think that's fancy language, you should hear what the black people you locked up for marijuana say fucking behind bars. You should hear that's some pretty fancy language they're using when they talk about you.
Yeah, this goes on for a bit. Go see the clip. All you have to do is search Kamala Harris, Tulsi Gabbard, Jimmy Dore, and you will find this. It is one of the greatest clips ever. I love it. It's awesome. Okay, let's get back to our coverage of tonight's events. Let's take a look here. Let's see. Oh, God. Karl Rose talking on here. Oh, good Lord. You want to talk about the evil incarnate? Hang on a second. I need to move my bottle of Jack Daniels. You know what? We're past the hour mark. I need to get another shot. I really want to wait until we get some good news here.
Right.
So.
Again, Brett made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose.
Das Wolfen, what are you doing out of bed?
A relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day.
Hey, what are you doing out of bed, buddy?
Well, I haven't been to bed yet. I'm at the hospital with Allie.
Oh,
She's
no.
sleeping right now. So I just popped in to say hi.
Okay. What's going on?
Oh, she had the extra skin removed on her stomach from her
Oh,
surgery.
okay. So this is a procedure you guys knew was coming. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, man. I'm sure you're keeping track of things. I've been sitting here tonight. Most of the night I've been sitting here with David, my a fellow military policeman, the guy you've heard me talk about before, Rhonda's son.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we've just been enjoying watching things. And my gosh, he's got a lead in 3 states I never thought he'd have a lead in. This is it's extraordinary, man. They haven't called Georgia yet, but they've got 90%. I've got the maps here. How long you in for? You just stick your head in and running out?
Yeah, well, just a few minutes.
Okay. Well, basically, I'm using AP, and they've got a 210, 230 right now. But if you look, I'm keeping this map updated, and I can manipulate it. He's leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing to me. Georgia's not as amazing to me because it's a Bible Belt southern state. You know, it's got a lot of population, especially around Atlanta, no doubt. But I thought for sure he'd probably pull this one off. But this I did not see coming at all. I thought maybe if he pulls off one, you know what I mean? But he's leading in all 3. And I could show you the margins here on the AP map. It's just amazing, dude. And it's razor thin, too. This one's 200,000 votes. Michigan, they've got 56% reporting, but look how low the turnout is in Michigan, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing to me. Now, Pennsylvania, they showed up, but, man, he's got a huge lead there, 200,000. And this is with 86% reporting. Wow. And every time they put more people, another dump, his lead keeps getting extended just by a point or 2. And then over here in Wisconsin, they've got 83% reporting, and he's got a pretty good lead there too. It's just amazing to me that he's got all 3 of these in play. It's ridiculous, man. What do you think? Have you been watching it there at the hospital?
Yeah. Pennsylvania is in play because Scott Pressler had that huge ground game.
Mm-hmm.
And also the Amish have turned out.
Yes. Friggin' David lives up there in Maryland, just south of Pennsylvania. And he said the same thing. He said, they never vote. He said they never vote in an election. And sure enough, they showed up this time.
Yeah.
They must have really thought things were going to go bad. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I got a feeling we're going to have good news come morning. So
I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm gonna stick with it for another hour or so. I just got done showing some Tulsi Gabbard stuff. But look, you go get some rest, man. Take care of your girl, and thanks for sticking your head in and saying
here
hi,
in a few
dude.
minutes.
I appreciate it.
Popped on a friend's web show real quick. Say hi.
Oh yeah.
Hope I'm not being too loud.
It is kind of hard to see.
You get out of here. I'll talk to you later.
All right. All right. Have a good one.
Take care of yourself, brother. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Yep. The guy, I swear to God, he thought she was just dead asleep, and he woke her up. That's all right. We love you, John. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. He said hello to all of you. But yeah, man, it's just amazing to me, this wave we're having. Let's check back in with Fox News and see what's going on there. Let's see what we've got. Pennsylvania. They're talking Pennsylvania. Let's see what's up with it.
By about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie.
98%.
Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Yep.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania.
And I said it earlier on in the show, guys. I said it earlier on in the show that this is the second time that the Democratic Party has supplanted its democratically elected through the primary system. They elected one person and then put another person up for the general election. And it's playing out the same way. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. But it's looking good right now, guys. It's looking really good right now.
And
looks like the Harris people are going home
and release whether or not it's enough.
And it looks like there's about to be a party at Trump headquarters
What
in
about
Florida.
Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
This is amazing.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South,
Yeah, but look
primarily
at that
like
whole
in North
state.
Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily.
Look at this.
But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into.
Look at this.
Wow.
These people are going home, and these people
rolled
are
into
partying.
Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was.
It looks
yesterday
good,
morning.
boys and girls.
No, it wasn't.
It looks good.
It was this morning, wasn't it?
It does look good.
Right. Because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have
things
just
are
about
looking
60%
good,
of the vote
guys.
in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be
Let me
shifting
check
a
the
little
chats
bit.
real
There's a
quick,
county
see
right
if
here called
anybody's up
Muskegon,
and
beautiful
yakking.
part of the world. And that had
Creedon
seemed to be
was
drifting in the
here. I
Democratic
don't know how
column
long
as
ago.
well.
He
But
said
Trump's got a
hi. It's
firm
good to
grip
see
on
you
it now,
there.
16 points.
Christian,
and I'll just go
good to see you.
west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was
I'm
like
gonna pour
a
me up a shot.
Republican
It's either to put
bastion.
out some flames
Trump
whenever
kept it that
the
way
bad
in
news
2020,
comes,
winning by
or
21.5
if
points.
this
in
map,
2016 in
girls,
Ottawa specifically.
if this map right here, hang on a second, let me pull it back up. If this map stays the way it is, boys and girls, he's going to get 303. All the best to Das Wolf. And you know it, Das. And Das is watching. Das is watching. But I'm pouring up a shot, boys and girls. Because Harris went home just like Hillary did. And they're about to have a party down there in Florida, it looks like. It looks like they're fixing to have a party in Florida. So grab your cocktail of choice and cheers. Let's hope things hold the way they are right now. These three are so important. Look at this. 19, 15, 10, 16 down in Georgia. It's just amazing. And guys, I got to tell you, I am not a big Donald Trump fan. I'm not. I mean, me personally, I told you I went to college for journalism. I remember the first time he was running in 2016, when he won the election. And you always see me put this up. And there's a guy that I knew at Libby Glass when I worked there. And he's the reason why I tell you guys this all the time. He was a vet just like me. Well, still is a vet. He lives in Texas now. The plant I worked at is closed down now. It was one of the companies that decided to realign through bankruptcy and shut down our plant, which had been in existence for a long time in this area. Anyway, when the Don was running the first time in 2016, I remember having these political conversations with a guy that was, true blue, if you know what I'm saying. He was an African American. He was a liberal. But he and I, with similar backgrounds, being in the military, he was Navy, I was Army, we're both vets. We would sit there and have conversations about the election, and it was always about Trump. It was never about Hillary. He knew how I felt about Hillary. He didn't like Trump. Even then, Trump's mouth turns a lot of people off. And I kept telling him, I said, look, man, you may not like how arrogant he is or how he talks and stuff, but look at the ideas he has. He's got a great message. Now, I understand. Now, if you've ever taken a public speaking class, they will tell you don't distort your message. You want it coming out clear as possible, clear and as clean as possible. That's not Trump's way, man. He's He likes to act like a regular New Yorker and talk shit. That's the way he does things. And I used to tell Jimmy Jackson, I love you to death. If you're watching out there, man, over there in Texas, you and your bride, you guys, I love you both. I hope you're doing good. I haven't talked to him in a long time. This is what I use Facebook for, these guys, is to keep track of my friends and my family around the country. And I know he's doing okay over there. But I kept telling him, I was like, man, don't listen to that bullshit. Listen to what he's lining out. He's got some good ideas. And that's the thing about Trump, man. I've never liked the way he's arrogant. Same reason why I never liked Rush Limbaugh. Never liked that guy. He was too arrogant. Now, I like Sean Hannity, but the thing about Hannity is he repeats himself over and over and over again. You know, he bitches about talking points, and then he makes talking points and keeps saying them over and over again. The guy I used to like to listen to was Michael Savage, and a lot of people didn't agree with him very much either, especially the people in his hometown. He was from San Francisco. And but borders, language, culture, I don't think anybody can disagree with that. When you are saying you want to keep the integrity of your country, you have to have borders. You have to have language. One of the most frustrating things is people having to learn Spanish to deal with Spanish, immigrants and so forth. It's English. You got to assimilate, and we're getting, and I don't mean to pick on the Spanish. There's a lot of different people now coming into the country, and they have to assimilate to our way of doing things. And we do it through English, right? Borders, language, culture. It's the American culture. Get out there and vote. If you don't vote, you can't bitch. Okay? You cannot bitch. And I'll tell you right now, the reason why I tell everybody to vote, anybody that knows me and watch my channel and knows about what I do and where I'm from and everything, that I will tell you to your face, people have bled and died for your right to go out there and cast your vote. And you need to respect those people and go do it. Okay? You're supposed to be a citizen in a free country. It's not free. You have to take the time to vet these people and go vote your conscience. I have no problem with the way you're voting, guys, but you better go do it, because that's why I'm so kind of freaked out by the turnout in Michigan, man. It's so low compared to their population. So let's check back in with Fox, see if we've got any new information. Let's see, where are we at? Let's check it out.
Anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes.
That's a good question.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
Yeah.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was a what would go here?
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much? It's 99% in, or 90? What did you say?
90. Statewide, 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee.
Wow.
And I was still thinking at the time about why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that?
Well, if you ask the quartering, that's a
sort of
fact.
a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer
Here's
to
what's
that
going to
sort of
drive my
magic
brother
number than
nuts.
she
Did
was.
you see the Adam Schiff?
So what they call it, the bro
won
strategy or
his
whatever,
election,
it
right?
seems to have
You got
paid
those
some
career
dividends up there.
politicians
I mean, it's
still doing
we're
it.
still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field.
Vince says
I think,
cheers.
we were looking at,
He said
ironically, was not so
against
much the
Clinton,
the
not
top
a
line
tough
in that
choice,
race,
no doubt.
but what Seltzer had said
did you
was
know
that
the Hillary
senior
Rodham
women were breaking
was fired
away
from the Watergate
Trump
investigation?
over the abortion
I
issue.
wouldn't be surprised about
And
that.
I think our
She was the
friend
most
Sean
corrupt
Trende had a really good
politician there ever
observation
was.
where he
Well,
said
yeah,
that
for
may
sure.
be true, but it may not help
Let's
Harris.
see.
Because
And
that's something
I'm
that
in
could occur in Iowa,
perfect
where
health, by
abortion
the
was a
way,
hot
guys.
issue,
Saying this,
but might not occur
don't ever forget
nationally
that.
in other states where abortion
In
wasn't as salient.
2016,
We have to
if
let
the
you go, but
vote
really
were
quickly, what's happening in
between
Minnesota?
Ron Paul and Donald
Minnesota,
Trump,
why is that still?
it might have
done
turned
what
out
sometimes
differently.
they do in
Yeah.
states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor
Imagine
has it.
that.
We have to let you go because you
Wow.
have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
coming
Good
by.
job.
Great
Very
job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
They're fixing to throw a party at Trump.
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs
Win
here
or
are
lose, they're
pointing
gonna throw a
to
party
perhaps
tonight.
imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The
love
biggest
it.
debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh,
wow, man.
Aisha,
I
thank
hope
you
he
very
does.
much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there.
Well,
if the
wait,
former president
let
Trump
me rephrase.
is about to take the
I
stand
hope he
and
does
speak there.
after
So,
he gets
we're
to
going to keep a close
70.
eye on that. 1 a.m.
That's
in New
what I
York.
hope.
Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis.
Trump has a lead in
so we will
Alaska.
Get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. And I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate. Based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
to report there. And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not
4-point lead
necessarily
in Pennsylvania,
expecting
folks.
the result tonight.
Only 10%
Pennsylvania's
coming
results
in
and the
after
count is
this.
historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first
Think
time
some drinking's going on there?
Presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And,
no. You guys know how I feel about New York. No, we're out of here. Let's take on something else. Let's see what's going on with the chat. My man Vince, I love you, man. Let's see. Way to ruin my pork chop by bringing up that shit. Right? Be ready to call Democrats insurrectionists by not accepting the election results. No doubt. I didn't mean to ruin your pork chop, buddy. But look, guys, this it's astonishing to me that this is going on. Let's pull up our map real fast and show you guys where we're sitting at right now. Our man Trump is at 230. Let's take a look at it. If everything goes the way it looks right now, well, actually, I don't even have to do that, do I? I've got all the numbers I need right here. Hang on. Okay. If it goes the way it looks right now, if everything stays the way it is and nothing changes, we're going to have Donald Trump with 303. And that's if Kamala gets the rest of it. The ones that are in play. Nevada, Alaska. And I believe they said that Trump had a lead in Alaska. So we'll go ahead and put that there. Unless I'm mistaken. We saw that. Yeah. He's going to have 306 to Kamala's 226, 6 outstanding in Nevada. Let's give her Nevada. She gets 232 to 306. You only need 270 to win, boys and girls. I mean, this looks great. It's, this is what I was thinking right here. Okay. I was thinking that we get Wisconsin, we lose Michigan, and then we lose Pennsylvania. That still gives us 272 if we got Georgia. And I'm telling you, Georgia, it's a southern state. It's hard to pull that out of the grasp of a Republican candidate. It is. It's tough. But boy, they've been working on it. They've been working on it hard, haven't they? It's ridiculous. I think he lost it last time. But yeah, I was pretty sure it was going for it. And I got to tell you, if it holds, wow. If everything holds, look, it looks like they're going to have all three. And like my stepson David said, you'd like to see some check and balance there. You'd like to see at least either the Senate or the House. be against the executive, right? But man, if he gets all three, he's going to be able to get everything passed that he wants to do. And he's going to have 2 years to do it. And you know him, he's going to hit the ground running, So, yeah, this could be a great night before it's over with. Now, don't know how long it's going to be. We're at the 2-hour mark, which means it's shot time for me. Boys and girls, you know how this goes. This is the video game stream, but I'm still doing the drinking rules the way I do it. Let's check in with the chat real quick. Vince says, I'm not surprised that so many still supported Harris. No, not at all. Look, like we said earlier, the Harris votes were women. She catered to them the entire time. Well, the Democratic Party does, period. Especially the pro-choice crowd. They definitely do that. This whole thing about shipping immigrants all over the country, especially in swing states, trying to swing those votes. That's why these are so close, I think. Because look, guys, when it comes right down to it, what is every election about? The economy, stupid. When you're paying 2, almost 3 times more for goods on a daily basis than you were 4 years ago, people tend to say, yo, it's time to turn the rudder, change the direction, right? But, maybe that's why these are so close, is the influx of immigrants they sent there. Who knows? We may never know. But, yes, absolutely, Vince. He says, I'm more surprised that so many still supported Harris. There's some people, first of all, there's people that are going to be blue no matter who. Okay? That they are going to be Democrats. And, that's just all there is to it. They're going to stick with it. When I was up in Maine this year, and I'll bring the map back up so you guys can see it. When I was in Maine last year, or excuse me, this year, to see my mother, it was so funny to see the interactions between my Uncle Bobby, who owned a trucking and logging business, and my Aunt Mary, who worked for the government her whole life. She was a Louisiana State National Guard person. Well, she was in the Rhode Island National Guard, first of all, and she just transferred down to Louisiana when she moved down here, down to the Metairie section of the New Orleans area. She did 20 years doing that. She did 20 years with the Postal Service. I mean, she was a government employee her whole life. And to listen to their interactions, they love each other. Okay. But when they talked politics, you could tell they did not get along with each other. My Uncle Bobby was like, yeah, as soon as he's walking in the house, he goes, yeah, hopefully Mary won't kick me out this time, because he's a pro-Trump guy. He's a Republican. He's a businessman. He's about keeping his money. He's about low government. The last time I went and saw him in Maine, he told me, he said, we need to take the guy that came up with the computer tracking systems and stuff out back and just beat the shit out of him. It's like, what are you talking about, man? He says, well, they've got a governor on all my trucks now, and they just keep track of them all the time. Hey, what's going on, Kay? Good to see you. Where's your boyfriend at? Which stream is he on? I heard he's jumping around to a few places tonight. But let's see. Government employee, aka welfare recipient. No, my yeah, he said hey to Kay, but I respect my Aunt Mary to death, man. She she was part of, she defended this country and all that good stuff, and she worked for the Postal Service. Yes, But I understand exactly where you're coming up with that. Yes. The difference between a government employee and a welfare recipient is the government employee works for it. Okay. That's the difference. So, but anyway, let's see. She says, I'm all right. He's with Phantom X right now. Okay, good. Tell him I said hi. I thought I'd come by and say hi. It's good to see you. Good to see you. I was on with my stepson earlier, and he's on the East Coast, and he had to go to bed. So, I think I'm fixing to do me a shot. We were just discussing it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and check back in with Fox News and see what's going on. See if we've got anything new going on here, boys and girls. Hopefully we got something. Let's see what's up.
House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations.
Oh, look who it is.
Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans.
Oh, stop it. Don't do this now.
Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said. If Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us.
There you go.
Your thoughts on that?
There it is.
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial
I've been dealing
groups,
with my stomach
and people
problems
might feel
all
that.
night.
Obviously,
so I've been stuck in bed.
You can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically
well, you need to rest.
Benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white
reason
male
he
turnout
won.
And
we haven't called this yet, brother. Don't you be counting your chickens
that he
before they hatch. To be honest, our
success
government
in this
employees
country.
are even worse than yours.
Really? His prior 2020 numbers
I really
with
wouldn't know. I've never been over to your country there, Vince.
Hispanics and black males.
I really feel for you guys because, man,
wow. I just think it is extremely odd to
the guys running your country have really they've sold out, haven't they?
Because they vote for a white candidate.
Hopefully, you'll get somebody that can turn that
around.
around.
That everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be
Kay
more
says,
prosperous.
I know
and
I
will
just
do
forced
things that will
myself to
make it
keep
possible
going
for you to
at
make
times.
a better life. That is
Kay,
an
don't
appeal
force
to
yourself.
their best instincts.
Your body knows what it
say,
needs.
Vote for me because I'm not
get
a
some rest
woman.
if you need to.
Don't go.
I'd rather spend time with Jed
man.
sometimes and come say hi to
They
you all. Well, we love seeing you, young lady. We love seeing you.
Effective leader, and they thought he would do something.
Looks
about
like
the
there's
issues
about to be a
they care the most about,
Florida
which is
party down
an
there.
economy in which they
you might
think
want to
they
get
the
dressed
short
and get
stick,
ready to go.
Inflation, which has decimated their purchasing
They're
power.
getting
and
geared up to
illegal
party down there
immigration,
right
which
now.
has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man
It's
is
saying
just
too
far,
early
Juan.
to call Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada.
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, no, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image.
What in the hell are these guys talking about? See, now they've gotten bored because they're not getting any more numbers.
Harold Ford Jr. We offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised
having a party in
the
my
fact
bed.
that the country got over that as quickly as it seemingly did.
TMI, young lady. TMI.
I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the
I think
economy
that
and the border
counts,
were not
laugh out loud.
addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work?
Whether it be to put out the flames when it happens,
women
or to party.
Did black women, white women, Hispanic
You know,
women,
if
still
we
don't know
win
those
one
numbers.
more of
We'll
these
have an opportunity to dig into some of those things.
If they
But
call one more of these days,
I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right. More to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast.
1:15 on the East Coast.
We continue to get more vote in.
Cheers,
we will be
boys
able
and
to make
girls.
some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
According to their board, he's got 248 to her 216. Thank you, sir. Cheers to you.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after election
Don't know what
day
you call
on
it.
a special
I know
Fox
what you
and
call
Friends. Today.
This is our legacy.
I know you.
Let anyone take
I'm
it.
picking on you. I know that.
Yellowstone. I can see it.
Hang on, let me cut this off behind me. It's on ads now. But I am looking forward to Yellowstone, boys and girls. That's one of the best things about Fox all night long. They've had ads for Yellowstone. That's right around the corner. Can't wait. And I think that's Jimmy he's talking to. I think that's Jimmy. I think that's him. Let's see. What? I didn't mean anything bad by it, Joe. I'm just playing with you. No Vince, but I'm okay. I've been taking medicine. Good. That's good to hear. Better go catch up on Babes and hop in between if you are still on, Joe. I'm going to be on until we call at least a couple more of these states. I'm going to be on at least 45 more minutes. We're going to get at least one more state within the next 45 minutes. So I'm going to be on. He said he would be on. I told him in a couple of hours, but apparently he's having a good time where he's at. So he'll be fine. He'll be fine. You take care, darling. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, boys and girls. Let me show you some footage. This still to this day gives me chills when I watch it. I'm going to go ahead and throw this up here for you. This was, and I got to tell you, the one thing about Trump that he actually, I think one of the reasons why he's leading a lot of these states is the people he brought on board. The people he brought on board. I mean, look, if you didn't see the Joe Rogan interview with Elon Musk the other day, wow. You know, Joe looked at him and said, look, man, you're buying Twitter is one of the biggest events that ever happened, you know? And I agree with him. I mean, Twitter was, you know, the Twitter Files release is one of the biggest social events of all time. We finally found out that, yeah, it's 1984. They're manipulating things. They are manipulating things. They're trying to get us to think and do certain things through social media. You know, and back in 2020, like I said, I put my money behind one candidate, and I got to tell you, her political ad to this day still gives me chills. It's one of the best political ads you'll ever see. And you know what? Trump was putting some good ones. If anybody watched NFL football this weekend, you saw some great ads out of Trump. And he had a simple message. They broke it. I'll fix it. I mean, you know, if you didn't watch him speak at these things where he you know, I got to tell you, sometimes he's insulting people and stuff like that, and he shouldn't do it. He shouldn't do it. Take the high road, man. But that's what people love about him. He's a regular guy, you know? But, yeah, I got to tell you this one. I got to show you this one. Tulsi 2020. Her ad campaign that year was something else. It still gives me chills today. I hope if this night turns out the way a lot of us in our sphere hope it turns out, hopefully she'll run for office again. It's what I've been praying for. I've been praying this shit. Look, if you want a female president, this is who you need to be voting for right here. The Democrats, they'd fuck up a free meal. That they had a chick that friggin' checked all the boxes. She's a combat vet. She's a woman of color. She doesn't practice Christianity. She's you know, and they fucked it up. And she's changed parties. You know,
not only are veterans,
it's amazing. And I got to show you this. This was her campaign ad back in 2020, and I am just the biggest fan of this young lady. Well, I'll let her talk in her own words. You guys check it out. And she's on Team Trump now. She's joined the Republican Party. If you guys have followed the channel, you know that I made a video the day she left the Democratic Party. I was so happy. Watch this. This will give you goosebumps. Watch this right here. This is Tulsi Gabbard. And it would help if I put the sound on, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Like so many of you, it is painful and disheartening to see how much divisiveness is being fomented by those who wish to tear us apart. We have people in positions of power who are not thinking about the well-being of the people and our planet. Where is that conversation about the needs of our people? Where is the conversation about peace? Every time we launch these interventionist regime change wars, it is not only our veterans who pay the price for that. Every single one of us
veterans
pays
like
the
my
price.
stepson.
We have spent trillions of your taxpayer dollars to pay for these wars, taking those dollars away from our communities and our people who need them right here at home. We are the ones who have the power to make change. It takes every single one of our hands, our hearts, and our voices, motivated by this love and aloha, to take on those forces and those obstacles that can seem too great to overcome. There is no force more powerful than love. This is how we come together as Americans. This is why we fight for the future that we hope will be so much brighter for those that we care about, for the country that we love.
Still gives me goosebumps today. That girl is something else, man. And I met girls like her in the Army. I mean, they just chicks that just wanted to fucking help out, man. And my Aunt Mary that I was just talking about is that same kind of girl. I mean, it's just, yeah, that gave me goosebumps. When I saw that the first time, when I saw her talk on Fox News the first time, a Democrat on Fox News talking about we need, they were asking her, this is during the primary, and they were asking her, they said, what is your foreign policy? And she said, well, I'll tell you, if you're a terrorist, there's no place you can hide. We'll bring every weapon to bear on you. You will not be able to get away from us. We will stop you. Right? She said, but when it comes to these, and you heard it right there in that ad, when it comes to these regime change wars, we're done with that. You know? And God knows, half of them are our fault. We sit there and train these guys, and then when they step out of line, we don't like what they're doing. We take them out and we put another person in. No, we're done with that. We are done with that. We're not going to go in and change a leader. That is their problem. That is their problem. We're not doing that anymore. When I heard her say that, I was like, I'm behind you. Let's do it. You know, had questions about her. You know, I mean, at the time, she was not a big Second Amendment person. Matter of fact, a lot of people called her a gun grabber. But, you know, that all changed when she had a gun pointed at her. She's changed her story on that one. But let's see what's going on in the chat. Let's see. And after that interview, even Rogan endorsed Trump. Yes, after the interview, I was telling my wife this today. Rogan interviewed Trump. He interviewed JD, whatever his name is, Vance. Lance wanted to come out of my mouth, and I knew it was wrong. Vance. He interviewed the ticket. That didn't make him endorse him. When he interviewed Elon, that's what made him endorse Trump. That's when he said, yeah, we got to get behind this guy. If you guys have not seen the interview with Elon, not the one from years ago, the one from this last weekend, go watch it. Because Elon told him straight out, look, they're important people to change the vote in certain states, in the swing states. He said they're flooding people in there and they're trying to change it. And he said, and if people don't, he looked, it was so funny. it's not really funny. Elon was being serious. You know how you've seen Joe Rogan interview these guys back and forth all the time, right? And the camera is off to the side, so he's looking at Joe and he never looks at the camera. He looked straight into the camera and he said, "Go vote. Because if you don't, you may never see another Republican in office again for a long time." He said that straight to the camera. And he was explaining to Joe, because you know how Joe is. He'll sit there and act like he's dumb as a rock and ask questions to try and get somebody to come out with what they want to say. And sure enough, man, Elon was like, "Look, dude, this may be the last time we have a two-party vote." And he explained why. And that's when Joe said, "Fuck, I got to get behind this guy." What? Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Whoa. You're kidding me, Tim? Really? Oh. Let's get back over there. Hang on a second. Oh, where's my Trump channel? My Trump channel. Where's my Fox channel? Where is it? Shit. Lost my Fox channel. Tell me I didn't close it. Oh my God, I closed it. No, I didn't. There it is. No, that's not it. Shit. There it is. Okay. Whoa. I'm not doing another shot because I just did one, but damn. Hang on. Let me get this set up for you guys.
In
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet
I love it.
In the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names
guys.
have had enough of.
240.
What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border
that was 30 minutes ago.
and an
Technically, shut. Stop it.
Look,
I'm going to throw my avatar up. You guys listen to Fox
Iran
for a second. I've got to take a
face of
pause for the cause. I'll be right back, but I don't want you.
And,
I don't want to leave you with
I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic
Party
Party
chill right
to
here
understand
for a second,
that the people
and I will
have
be
spoken,
right back,
and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years. And in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. it fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump
That's
or you
right.
hate him,
Electronic high fives,
every
everyone.
Democrat
Yeah, baby.
owes him
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
thank you
Yeah,
very
baby.
much,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Later.
You know, speaking
Jesus.
of Bitcoin,
I
I'm
still
also
think
struck by
Bitcoin's
they
a
just
Ponzi
calling
scheme,
Pennsylvania
but,
here,
you know.
Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it
Look,
in Pennsylvania.
if he
that
pulls
his,
this off,
the people
guys,
who are
that's
working
Pennsylvania.
On his
That puts him at
outreach
what?
teams
What did
didn't
we
know
say?
what they were doing.
That puts him at.
He's going to.
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters.
Puts him at
of course,
249
Selena
now.
Zito, who's somebody
Guys,
that we follow and we've
249.
had on the show many times.
He pulls
and she knows
this off.
That area
That's
very
right.
well.
High
She
five,
said,
baby. High
the
five.
people
That's
of
right.
that region
if he
love
pulls this
somebody
off, guys,
who is a big thinker, who wants to
And we
create
get-
jobs,
and he gets
who is,
everything
like,
he wants.
looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they
things are going to change. All of a sudden, I've lost my feed. What happened to my sound? Come on, Fox. Don't die on me. It's refreshing. Yeah, everybody's freaking out now. I guarantee you, everybody's blowing up the servers
love
now.
somebody who
Pennsylvania's
can really
been
lead.
called.
And leadership takes courage. And you have to be
Look at
willing
this.
to make
They're partying in
decisions
Mar-a-Lago,
where
man.
you are going to be criticized. I think this
They're
is one of
partying
the
in
problems
Trump
that Kamala
headquarters.
Harris has always had. She doesn't
Excuse
want to
me,
take
that's
a
not
position on
Mar-a-Lago.
anything. We haven't even
That's
talked
his
about how in
headquarters in Florida.
California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed
Yes, make
overwhelmingly.
shoplifting
Gaston,
illegal
our
again.
friend
I
down,
cannot believe we're
DA
having to say
in
this
Los
insane
Angeles,
shit.
lost by
I
22
really
votes.
can't believe it.
I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points. Thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and then
same
she's flexed
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital
Act like
gains. We
she's
shouldn't be
some kind of
taxing that,
fucking
but
just
we produce
pawn.
more wealth, more
What
innovation.
she
more
is in
oil,
this
more
one.
cures,
She
more
wasn't in the last one.
therapeutics over the last 3
She
years.
wasn't in the last
so
one at
I hear
all.
you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she
Let's
proposed
check
that
in.
I'm
You know what,
with
guys?
you on.
We have not checked in with the Young Turks in a while. Let's see how they're reacting to the calling of Pennsylvania. Let's see how they're feeling about that. Shall we?
Is the House races right now are the Democrats have definitely picked up some House races. Some incumbents are in trouble. Ryan Zinke down in Montana right now, which
That is so weird.
It is weird. It's also 44% in, but it's been
Senate
tracking that
51.
way.
We've already got it.
Zinke's going to lose.
I can't imagine either. But there are not a lot of voters in Montana. Big state, not a big population. So
yeah. Can I mention something about the media because you mentioned Fox News? So look, they have called things early before 2000 and all that. This is like sort of on trend for them. But I agree with your read. They're doing it not because their journalistic ethics have led to it, but because they're trying to curry favor with Donald Trump, which obviously every right-wing media outlet, if he wins, is going to do for the next 4 years. And my fear is that combined with some of the moves we saw from like prominent newspapers, the seeming preemptive fear of going against Donald Trump.
Notice how many people did not endorse
constantly about revoking
anybody.
broadcast licenses and going
especially
after his critics and all
newspaper
that.
outlets.
I know
didn't
this is going to
endorse
blow the minds of any
anybody.
conservative that thinks that Donald Trump is for free
They knew
speech or
this was
whatever, but
coming.
that's not remotely true. One of the things we had, I guess, when Donald Trump won in
God.
2016 was a lot of very critical media of him. And also the
I don't
hope that
see
theoretically
Donald
some of
Trump
his very brazen
telling
public crimes
the
could lead to
FBI
some sort
and the
of criminal
CIA
consequences.
to shut down
Well,
social
this
media
last year
sites.
has taken away a lot of faith
I
in the
don't see that
judiciary to
happening.
do literally anything, even if he admits to his crimes openly. But also,
Yogurt
we
went
might
sour.
just have a
No
lot
doubt.
less actual investigations, critical, newspaper coverage. Like a lot of them might, so many of them are owned by billionaires. They would very reasonably be afraid of some sort of strike back if there was critical reporting. So,
Oh, darling, I've
there were a
done
lot of
plenty of
scandals
Austin
in his
Powers,
first term. There may be less scandals that we know of, at least, in the second one.
Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it for you real quick.
What I told that conservative crowd was, hear me now,
Halloween
quote me later,
is a
Donald
very
Trump's
fun
gonna rob
time
you
for
blind.
me and the Foxy One.
And they didn't love that
the
message,
first time
but
we
it's
dressed
true.
up together for
And
Halloween,
so
we weren't even married yet.
We've got to
were
start
just
talking
dating.
about the next 4 years.
And,
I mean, if Kamala Harris has a miraculous comeback here in these 3 states, great, and that's still possible.
I actually have it on my
and again,
Facebook
it wouldn't be a
page.
miracle
Let me
because
see if I do.
the votes are already in. It's just on the order of how they count. But having said that, right, obviously it doesn't look great right now. And so first, let's acknowledge that all the hopes of the Democrats, being sure that of X, Y, and Z just wasn't the case. Obviously, even if she comes back and barely wins, there was no big victory to be had. There was no unexpected voters to be had. The 2022 and 23 results were not repeated. And so all the assurances that we got that
it was a long time ago
that the rocket
in a
scientists
galaxy
of the Democratic
far,
Party
far
had
away.
figured this out were totally not true, not remotely true. Okay, so that's just clearly the case at this point. Okay, so when we look at the next 4 years, buckle up, brace for impact. So
buckle up, brace for impact. They love saying
Donald
shit
Trump's
like
gonna
that.
be unchecked.
The Turks.
So,
the Turks.
Who's going to check them?
Well, first of all, we don't know that we're really going to keep the House. I would be shocked by that.
Flip the House.
Yeah, and we can talk about that here. You know what? Before we talk about the next 4 years, let's talk about Michael. If it looks like that we're doing better in
Keep the
House than
House.
we expected, and I guess we are. I mean, you just talked about how we just picked up a seat in New York. Why? Well, I've got no theory on why the Democrats would do better in the House, but get annihilated in the Senate and lose the presidential.
There are so many weird things that happen
my
on election night. I
photos.
mean, I always point to 2000 where Al Gore won Pennsylvania, and so did Rick Santorum. So there are strange.
Let's go back
things
to
that happen
Fox.
in
Let's see if there's
politics,
an
and
avalanche
ticket
yet.
splitting. And I
Are
think
they going to start
ticket splitting
announcing backwards
a little bit of
and
what
forwards? Let's see what happens. You shush up. You're full of it. Looks like we got advertisements over here. Yeah, looks like we got ads. That's all right. We'll wait for the ads to be ended. But yeah, the first time we cosplayed as, let me see if I can find it. We cosplayed as Austin Powers and Felicity Shagwell. Yes, Felicity Shagwell from Austin Powers 2. Let's see, where is it? Okay, boom. And let's see if the Halloween pictures are in here. I'm hoping they are. They may or may not be. I'm not sure. Wait. Take it easy. Don't go so fast, Joe. Just relax. Okay, there's the club picture. Yeah, there they are. Perfect. Here we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and send select. Boom, boom, boom. That's a good one. Boom. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. No. The other girls don't matter. Okay. And I'm going to send this one too, just to show you guys what we were like back then. Okay. This is from years ago. I'm putting them up on my WhatsApp so I can grab them on the phone or off of there. let's see. Get into my WhatsApp, and there they are. Okay, so this is what we looked like back in the day. This is me and Foxy when we were still dating. I don't think we were married yet in this picture. I believe it was a New Year's Eve that I actually had off one time. I had a tux, so it must have been New Year's Eve. I was celebrating with her. I think it was the year we were dating. That's us back in the day. On the dance floor, somebody took that picture. And then me looking like a mob boss talking to one of my buddies. Right, I'm over in the corner having a cocktail, listening in on what's going on. And Foxy's over here just, enjoying herself. And then, yes, here is the Felicity Shagwell and Austin Powers pics. She looked great. Of course she did, because Foxy is just that. She's foxy as hell. She can't help herself. And yes, I had the Austin Power glasses and the outfit and everything. I was bartending that night. And that girl to the right, her name is Heather. She was the front door girl at the time. I had actually, we were dating the year of 9/11. And actually, wait a minute. We were married when these pictures were taken, because it was the October after 9/11. Yeah, 2001. So yeah, we were married already. Yes, we were married in these pictures. Now, the other two with me and the tux, we were dating. But that girl right there to the right in the picture, to the left of me, I actually drew Osama bin Laden's face on one of her pockets, and what we did was we cut the pocket out and flapped it down, and his beard was the bottom of the pocket, right? And then I think I put the Twin Towers on her somewhere or something. She did a whole camo thing with 9/11 going on with it, so that's what she did. But anyway, this was Halloween of 2001, and yeah, there's us taking another picture. Felicity Shagwell and Austin Powers. It was a lot of fun, and like I said, I was working that night. I was behind the bar, and that night I got pretty drunk, and I was up in the DJ booth talking about, yeah, baby, yeah. That's why I can do that imitation so well. Oh my God, who came in? Real Wade's here. We did this, he says. 270. Did we get to 270? Oh my God, I was sitting here bullshitting, trying to get through the show. Did we get to 270? Let's look and see. What in the hell?
In a very strong way, and pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says
267.
You could see the House going Republican as well, and that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher.
All I need to buy is 80s Transformers.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel: Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and John Caldwell.
Not a lot of it, China. That's right.
And we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was
I'm not telling Foxy
that
you
Trump
forget the wedding day.
This is the third consecutive
it's not that I
polling
forget
miss
it.
in a
I forget when the
presidential
pictures
cycle
were
for
taken
Donald Trump.
sometimes.
And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong?
We'd gotten
and
there
at
yet.
this point, it is a choice.
We're not at 270 yet, real Wade.
You could argue
Don't
that
even
you were
try and
blindsided.
fucking
You didn't
pull the
expect
pin
it.
on that before we
cannot
get there.
say that anymore.
I was
this
about
was
to have another
predictable
shot
from
here
the
in a
very
second,
start.
because
And
we
I
got
think the reason
Pennsylvania.
they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think
I'm sorry,
they
I know you
needed
guys
to.
are hearing
And
this
even worse,
and not
they
seeing
didn't
it.
want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these
Let's hear
accents.
it for him.
Like,
Let's hear it for him.
Union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community.
Let's hear it from our brothers. That's right.
Government's
worst fear. I got your back,
to
brother.
say, oh, I'll
Facts.
pull out my gun and shoot someone that
People
tries to come into my
brainwashed,
house.
if you
I
don't
mean,
believe
this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in it.
Change is going to come.
You know, we're
Cook.
saying,
Nice.
I'm not
nice,
just
Vince.
that
Like that one,
enthusiastic.
brother.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to
common
jump back.
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got
They
Trump
got him
coming
at
out.
277.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago.
Wisconsin.
He's now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s.
Yep.
Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled
All right, boys and girls, grab your cocktail. Let's do it.
Absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
277.
47th president
Let's
of the
mark
United
that
States. Former President Trump now defeats
10 minutes
Vice
till
President
1
Kamala Harris,
Central
who entered
Time.
this race
On the East Coast,
just
that'd
over
be 10
100
minutes till
days
2.
ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility
president be on tonight?
of running the table with battleground states.
We're going to hang out,
David
see
Clough
if he's
with
going to
the
be on tonight.
Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested
They
that just
are
yesterday.
partying there in
Now
friggin'
it is
Florida.
possible
Check it out,
that
man.
Donald Trump runs the table
1:48
with
a.m.
these states
Eastern
and builds
time.
on a big
Donald Trump,
landslide
the
electoral
47th
win. We
president
don't know where the popular
of
vote
the
is
United
going to finish
States.
out.
Let's
but we
drink
do
to
know
him,
that
boys
he
and
will be
girls.
going back to the White House, and with him, Britt Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have
That's
been
right.
there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often
7:49
accounts for the fact that he
a.m.
had so much turnover
in the
his
UK.
first term in his term.
Thanks
as
for
president
hanging
by the
with me,
fact that
Vince.
He
Thanks
really
for
know
hanging
Washington,
with me, man.
and he was new.
And
to
thank
the,
you to all
new
of
to
you
this
that
realm
showed up.
that he had,
Kay,
he had come
Wade,
to
my
win the
stepson.
presidency, and
I should call. You know what?
And he
Let's
promises
call him real
us that
quick. See if I
now
can
he
wake him
knows-
up.
Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him.
Let's see
A lot of
if I
people are
can
saying
wake him
that
up.
means a lot of very experienced people around
Hang on.
Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will.
Got him on the quick
But it's
list.
going to be
Where
very
is
interesting
he?
to see
There
the
he
kind
is.
of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in this.
I've got him on
days and
messaging,
weeks
but
ahead as he.
We're
as he
going to
builds
call
his
him real quick. I'm going
administration.
to put it
We're
on
joined by
speaker.
Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayla, you've been a
Put it next
part
to the-
of the
hopefully
last
it'll still
administration. You've seen all, you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating
Doesn't look
what you
like we're
wanna
going to wake him
create
up.
in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Yeah. We're not going to get him out of bed.
2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory,
Yeah.
and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift. Of
I'm
the
hanging it
Republican
up
Party.
because
If
I
all of this
don't
exit
need you
polling
guys
is
knowing his
true,
phone number.
You now have black voters,
he will
Latino
know I
voters,
called.
young voters
He'll know
coming
what
in a way
time.
that we
He'll
haven't
know
seen
exactly
the
why
party
I
bring in
called.
a very long time, and that's due
Wow.
to former
Boys
President,
and
now
girls.
soon to be current President Trump.
There it
And I
is.
just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I
277.
remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had
I gotta
speech
tell
A
you,
and
man,
speech B. Speech A was a more
I thought this
boisterous
was going to
Trumpian
happen,
speech.
but with
Speech
all
B
the
was a
shenanigans
speech
they've
full of
been
unity,
pulling
and
for
he
the
looked
last
up,
4
Ivanka
years,
said, saw the faces of
would
crying
not
Hillary
have been
voters. He
surprised
ripped up the
if we'd have
boisterous
lost.
speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions.
He did
that
do
is
that.
more true tonight
And
than it
it
was
pissed
8
off
years
a lot
ago.
of his guys
and I
that
fully
backed
expect
him
President Trump right
because
now
it was
is
lock
maybe
her up
ripping
time,
up that more
right?
boisterous speech and
Remember
preparing
the
to
whole
unite the
email
country.
scandal
It's an
and
amazing
everything?
message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day.
We got there,
about
Kay.
how one of the things
got
that you
there.
hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got
150
a
on the
great
East Coast.
transition team, and they're going to need it.
Yeah, they
and
couldn't
I hope that there are a
fortify
lot of
enough,
people who
could
wanna
they?
go in
They
and
couldn't
be
do it.
helpful.
Nope.
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term.
This is it. Yeah,
I think
he's
Harold,
done.
he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated.
But listen,
If I'm
guys,
wrong, you
they
can
are
hold me
going to
to
come
that,
after
but I
him.
think
They are
I
going to
think
come
he
after
will,
him.
a liberated Donald
You know who I'm
Trump is
talking
going to
about. I'm not
shock his
talking about the Democratic
his
Party.
detractor.
He has said that
That's not what I'm
the
talking about. You
assassination
know
attempts
exactly
had
what
an
I'm
impact
talking
on
about.
him.
He did something they didn't think he could do. They threw everything at him.
Rough and tumble style that we've
They
seen
even tried to
in
kill him,
Donald Trump
folks.
towards the end of this. But now he
here.
will take the stage tonight
He's
as
here.
the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think
this
that
is
is
it.
another
This is
liberating
it.
factor potentially
And let's hope
for President
that
Trump.
the next 4 years.
Never underestimate
Look,
the power
the
of
first one,
unfinished business.
guys.
This is a president who has
I'm
caught
telling you right
lightning in
now,
a bottle
it's going to be
twice,
tough.
and the
This
second
first
time
one's
around,
going to be
he
tough
now has a
because
MAGA
he's going to have to
mandate.
dig
He'll have
out
a
of
Senate
a
that
lot
he
of
could
things.
use to push through his cabinet
I guarantee
appointees
you, the
who
two
can work
things
with
he's
him
going
on
to try and do
legislation, who could
right
potentially
away
replace a number of justices
is
on the
get
Supreme
our
Court.
troops out of harm's way, and that's
He has a
solving
working
this
group in
conflict
Washington,
in the
D.C. We'll see
UK,
what happens with the House.
where
But
they've
he also has been
already
working very hard on
got
his transition,
two
get the right
different
people around him. He
countries
talks about the lessons he's
fighting
learned about
against
the
the
first
UK
time
now.
in
If you've
the
been
White
watching
House.
our show,
So this is a mandate
we've
tonight
been
for him.
detailing
And I
that
think he
North
should get a lot
Korean
of credit
troops are
for
in Russia.
doing the work on the
I
ground,
don't know
going
if
to
you've
these
seen it,
states to pull these
but,
Senate candidates across the line with
things
them.
are escalating. You know, I
What do
preach
you
against,
think
dialing
the
it
analysis
down.
is going
Don't
to be? There's going to be a
escalate.
lot of time to
He's going to get
digest
to
all
work
of
on
this.
that right
We're
away,
focused now
and
on
he's
what
going
the
to get to
president,
work on the Middle East to try and
incoming
solve that
president, is
Pacific.
going to say. What do you think the
And
analysis
he's got a
is
lot
going
to do
be
here at
on
home.
the Democratic
A lot
Party
to do here at
and
home. You know that.
what went
I think-
wrong there?
Look
Well, I
at
think it's
that
gonna
RFK
be,
with John
agonizing.
Boyd. Look
I
at
think it's
that
gonna
right
take a little
there.
while,
Wow.
for,
Wow,
for
Wow. You see
consensus
certain things
to
in
form
history and
about
you're
what
like,
the party
whoa.
needs to do next, or what
You
it
know?
did wrong this time. But it'll be grudging
mean,
at first. One
guys,
can
I'm
certainly
59 years old.
imagine that if the party were
I'm
smart
on the
and-
back end.
and
I'm on the
shrewd
back nine.
political
You know what I'm
voices
saying?
were
And
heeded, that there'd be some
life
some
still
major
throws you
changes
chills
in their
and
agenda and
curveballs,
their
man.
approach,
And
it's-
this is something
and
else.
You think of the issue
This
sets
is
that they
something
tried
else.
to run
It
on
really
against
is.
this man.
When you
that
see
failed.
how
They need to reconsider
evil
all
and
of that.
corrupt people can
And
be these
it'll
days,
I think it'll take
to
a
know
while.
that people can
Now, our
band
colleague
together
and
and
friend
make
Mark
something like this
Halperin,
happen,
who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be
the American people got
blood in
together
the
tonight and
streets
said,
people are
"Stop
gonna
it,
Be hysterical.
stop it."
I hope not. But it
Let's
could
get
happen.
back on the right track. Let's get back on the humanity track.
I'm really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations.
I am so proud to
and
be
it's
an
going to be
American
fast
today.
and furious,
I
and
really
you will
am.
have people saying that
is
Joe
so
Biden
awesome.
should have dropped out the day after,
And I
not
know
dropped out, but
but said he was not
Vince,
running for re-election on the day after
I know
that
you can't
midterm
get
in
on here with me,
2022,
but tell me
and either
in the
endorsed
chat,
her or said,
what do you think of
let
this?
there be a primary.
Knowing the
Dr. Jill
state
Biden, there will
of the
be
UK right
thoughts
now,
about her, and I wonder how
you
chilly
know,
that
what do
White
you
House
think of
is
this?
going to be
Tell
for the
me
next
what you
90
think.
days
He
as
says,
they try
a
to figure
shame
it out.
his
And let me
daughter
just
turned
say
out
that as
kind
Vice
of weird,
President of the United States,
hot but
Kamala
weird.
Harris
John
will
Voight,
certify the election
we of
results
course
on
are
January
talking
6th.
about Angelina Jolie.
A lot of irony in that moment.
I think
Harold,
Brad Pitt
your
is
thoughts?
actually
This is how our
the
country
better half of that.
is organized,
film.
and it's a great education, I
yeah,
think, for
it's too bad.
people who had very high.
You're not in the UK. Where are you at, Vince? I know you're across the pond. Where are you? Why do I always forget where you're at?
Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris.
Tell me
and
what you think of this.
Excitement, I think, built
I
over
know
a
the
period of time.
world
And some of that
likes it
excitement was
better
an aversion
when
and
we have a strong
a
leader
dislike
in
and
the
a
U.S.
disdain for Donald
Pretty
Trump.
sure.
But
Most
I hope
of
it's a
them
moment
do.
that we
But
can all grow
tell
from.
me your thoughts, Vince.
Because if
what
we
do you
don't,
think on the world stage
in a
about
selfish, partisan
Trump
way, Democrats won't
winning
progress. And
this
I
and
don't think
becoming
you
the
can
47th
fly and
president
soar as
of
a
the
great
United
country
States?
unless you have both wings working
Tell me
together.
there in the chat whenever you get a second.
President Trump tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla.
Okay, that's fine. Don't tell me where you're
I'm
at.
reminded of what you
You're
said
obviously
as you shared it. I remember that
you're
story.
across the
and
pond. We know
hope and
that.
pray for the country tonight.
I
That
don't
President
like
Trump has
mentioning
every
these
right
two
to be
letters
joyful,
together.
every right to
EU
celebrate.
somewhere. He says, I think it's great. That's fantastic. But why do you think it's great? That's what I want to know. Why do you think it's great?
That he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never Trumpers, who are Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose
Never
Donald
Trumpers, man.
Kellyanne?
Never Trumpers.
We'll get to the
Never Trumpers
soon
are the
enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look,
when you
Donald Trump won this
completely
on policy
wall
and
yourself
personality.
out and
I don't
say,
wanna be
no, I'm
remiss
not
here.
going to listen to
He
this
is talking
person.
about energy independence.
I've listened to everything Kamala
manufacturing,
Harris has
an
said.
economy where everybody is
All
working,
been word salad,
no
boys
new
and girls.
foreign
If
wars,
she
getting
said
out of the
something that made
entanglements we
sense to
currently
me,
have,
I would have agreed
respecting
with her and
resourcing
said
law
so.
enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that
Gotcha,
personality.
man.
What
Let's
did we
see.
hear during the Republican
Queuing
primaries?
ding
I want
dong,
Donald
the witch
Trump's
is dead.
policies
No
without his
doubt.
personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this.
Hang on. I will monitor what's going on there. If he decides to show up, I will do that. But you know what? My man just brought up a great reference. And I'm going to see if I can't find it. Because my daughter danced a jig and said the same damn thing when I divorced my second wife. Her mother was my first wife. When I divorced my second wife, she danced a jig in the kitchen and was singing that song. Let me see if I can find it. All I have to do is put ding dong in there. Let's see. Here we go, boys and girls. Hang on. I'm probably gonna get hit, but you know what? That's okay. We can just go ahead and cut it out later. Let's enjoy it right now, boys and girls. Let's do it. Here. I'm going to leave it up for a couple more minutes and give Jed a chance to get over here and say hi. But he probably won't. He'll probably stick with the party he's in. You are enjoying this. Yes, I am. I'm enjoying it big time. Vince says, sadly, our economy is tied to America, but with Trump in charge, it will revert mostly to what it was before. Gas prices, and with that, everything else goes down. Yeah, let's hope so. Hopefully he can keep things. It always goes on a downward trend right before the election. We've noticed that for the last 6 months here. The gas prices have been going down. Hopefully he holds them here. Hopefully they don't jump overnight. But I sang this in 2016. Yeah, right. Let's get back to Fox News and see what's going on at Trump headquarters there in Florida. Let's see what's up.
I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame because I remember to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump.
Now, what can they do in the next 2 months?
Like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember
they can
Andy
torpedo
Card
things.
had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes. And then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak.
Yeah,
publicly.
there's probably going to be a
there's
phone call tonight. They're right
they have
about
to make
that.
it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup.
They were setting up teleprompters
Yes, all
earlier,
the people
guys.
were already
They
there.
were
Everybody
expecting
was
this.
there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
But
people used to.
they were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together.
The blue
but
wall was
it's
going to
gonna
hold
be the
it
red
down,
wall.
right?
90 minutes before that,
didn't quite get there. Didn't quite get there, boys and
I got
girls.
that text.
No.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed
Real
and come back
quick.
tomorrow.
Real quick, don't worry. I'm going
She
to
didn't
keep
even
this
address her own
going.
supporters. We want her to call President Trump.
But
She didn't talk to the people who were
what we're
assembled
going to
there
do
for
is we're going to
hours for
check
her.
in on the young
It just seems
Turks.
very
How
ungracious.
are
By the
these
way, it
young
ended up
gentlemen
being
doing
a very
over
bad
here?
split screen. You probably
Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out. Let's make sure we're live now. We got to make sure we're live. Let's see. Okay. I must have the tab muted. Yes, I do. Okay. Back. And here we go.
Just to, connect a little bit more. And I like talking to you guys. So we're going to pick 3 people. Otherwise, I'll be here till 2026, right? And we'll do it afterwards. But any amount, it doesn't matter what the amount is. But we're going to pick 3 people at random, and I'll do 15-minute Zoom calls with you guys. I appreciate all you guys. So let me read from Benjamin, and then we'll see what happens. And then I'm going to read you guys the numbers.
They have decided they haven't called it yet.
It's getting close, and Trump might be about to speak, and we're obviously going to share that with you guys. Kamala Harris might be speaking tomorrow night. That's the latest word that we got. Benjamin said, I wonder if the Gaza protest voters will regret it after Trump nukes the rest. Biden could have stopped sending weapons, yes, right before the donors forced the 25th, and totally ruined any chances to win either way. On one hand, Biden was too frail to even talk, so obviously it was administration pulling strings. On the
that's
hand,
been elder abuse,
Democrats
guys. That's been elder abuse.
So look, guys, this is the point that I've been making. So Democrats can run a bad campaign. That doesn't mean that Donald Trump's going to be a good guy, right? Donald Trump's going to be a bad guy, and like there's the thinnest possible hope that since he screws over everyone who's ever trusted him, that he also screws over his donors and goes, Miriam, I'm not running again, so no, I'm not going to do what you say, right? Okay, but still, it's a thin hope. More likely, he's going to go, let him have it. Why is Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and Smotrich in favor of Donald Trump? My guess is that if he wins, and right now he's very close to winning, that they're going to go.
By the way, keep an eye on Israel, guys. They've got protesting going on there.
What they want?
Netanyahu
so what?
cut loose
now
his defense minister again.
Of course. So he's not going to be any better. Of course, he's going to be worse. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't also call out the Biden administration for doing the wrong thing.
Yeah,
you can do both.
I mean, look, Trump isn't going to send a strongly worded letter to Netanyahu and the Israeli government, whereas Biden and the Democrats allegedly did.
Well, look, see, that's the thing with Trump. You have an 80% chance of making things way worse, but on some rare issues, you have I don't know what the percentage is, 12, 2, 20, pick a number, right? Where he goes,
Huger is such a fucking retard. He really is.
But I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Netanyahu. I don't care about Miriam Adelson.
Anna has been coming around.
Money anymore. So I'm just going to do whatever
She's been coming
want to be popular.
That'd be based if that happened.
Yeah, that would be incredibly based. Again, not likely, but maybe.
When did they start using the word based on Young Turks?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh God,
all the
I've got to get out of here. I'm in
gigantic moment here. Here we go. Ready?
Measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like?
Sam Cooke again.
If you're a Democrat.
Wonderful
painful,
world.
But you
I
have
love
to
your
have
taste
one.
in music, buddy.
How did
you and I need to
lose,
talk
and how
off
did you
air
lose
sometime, man,
this
because
soundly?
I'm the son of a DJ. And my dad was a big fan of Sam Cooke.
Hadn't clung and clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition.
Trump
with a lot of
donors
help,
were mostly
they
from
could have had
the
an
common
open
play.
nominating process and gotten a more attractive
Dude,
nominee.
I got,
but I don't know.
I didn't hear shit from the Harris
to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean,
but I had emails.
That's the easiest, simplest solution. Which
now,
I'm
guys,
not sure
I gave Trump money back in 2016.
I don't think you can pass over.
They don't forget that shit.
African-American
Trust
female,
me,
which is
I
a
got
very
texts
loyal constituency
every
for the Democrat
hour on
Party.
the
I
hour
don't
from
see
the
how they
Trump
have
campaign.
But if he
We
left
need
the
your
office,
help.
she'd run. She would have been put through a different
what I love
process
is
and
the
would have had
video he put
competition,
out.
and the whole thing would have been different.
But I mean,
It was a video he put out
you have a
on
Democratic
social
Party
media
that's
that
pretty
said,
old.
"Look,
I mean, you have Nancy
we need
Pelosi
your help,
and Chuck
but
Schumer
if you
and
don't
Joe
have
Biden.
it,
You know, you got Andy
we
Beshear, you
understand."
got Josh Shapiro,
So,
you
but
got
those,
Gretchen
that's
Whitmer,
a
you got
different kind of Democrat.
You know what I mean?
And that
We
is
need your
not the
help, but if you
progressive
don't
Democrat
have
that
it, we
wins in a
understand these
primary. So is
economic
it going
times.
to
That's what he said.
be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill
So
Clinton
you're
and Barack
absolutely
Obama,
right
who were
about
not
that.
from
And
that
it was
political
mostly
party. So I
us
think
on the
we'll do
ground
that. Look,
giving him
tonight,
money.
what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been
I
described.
didn't give anybody money this time
There
around.
were those on this
I
panel
gave
who
him
didn't
money in
believe that this
2016.
resurrection
I
could
gave
have occurred.
Tulsi Gabbard money
So
in
if this can
2020.
happen,
Didn't give
things are
anybody
possible
money
in
this time.
politics if you're willing to change and willing
Wasn't
to have
going to give it
courage
to
and
the Democrats,
determination.
that's for sure. They didn't
And
know what the fuck they're
whatever
doing.
Democrats or anybody want to say
And
about
Trump,
this guy who's been elected
He's
our
got
president,
enough money.
he personifies
I
that
know
courage
he's got
and determination
legal problems and all that
persistence.
shit.
So I think,
plenty of money.
Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a
All
very
right, I'm going to run
serious
to
answer.
the
I think that's
bathroom
gonna
real
be
quick.
part
You
of the
guys watch
answer.
Fox for a second.
And
I'll
we've
be
got
right
to look
back.
long and hard about
Oh, wait.
whether or
Whoa.
not
I can't
the
go
way
anywhere
we
yet.
campaign sometimes
My man
with identity
says
politics at the end, is
during
that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a
election,
message. And
they compared
we'll
his
get there.
donors
And
to
we got
Hillary
a long
Clinton.
history of figuring these things out
Hillary's
as a nation, as a
least
party.
giving
And we'll figure it out this
donor
time.
gave them
So the Carnage
Trump's
speech
top donor. Yeah.
got a lot of
I
attention
hear
at the
you.
inauguration. Do we think that?
All right, I'll be right back.
This
We're going to
speech-
continue.
Well, we're-
I'm going to
we're
leave it up
actually-
for you just
we're
in
actually
case he hits the stage.
Told that the
I'll be right back.
teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be
I'm saying he
teleprompters.
goes off the teleprompter anyway, but he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, I was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be
I'll be
outreach to
wearing
the
the
other
champion.
side. I
Matter of
believe
fact,
in love
I'll be
thy
right back.
neighbor. I
I'm going to
love
go
all
get
of
the
that. But
championship hat.
he has
real
created
quick.
something
Be right
special
back.
here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of that is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that
That's right.
affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight.
Yeah.
For asking,
right.
especially for having her on. Oprah.
That's right. I got the
We see
championship
you.
hat, baby.
And so on
What's
and so forth.
up?
People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made something. They made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word.
Look,
take that one line.
I'm
take
not
that
downing
cherry
this.
pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence.
Getting a
I
sipping
go back. Does everybody
shot
remember
out.
5 years ago? So Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress,
Cheers,
I see a
boys and
yellow
girls.
dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people
All right,
who
here
look
we go.
exactly the same person, and they see two different.
It's a wonderful
I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried.
Back in
I think
control
that there
with
are a lot of
sabotage.
unhinged
There you
people
go.
across the political spectrum.
It's my
And
victory playlist, huh?
We gave
All
very
right, I hear
little.
you. It's a wonderful one. It's a
Quarter
great
to
one.
how many anti
The woman
Kamala
speaking
voters are
isn't
out there. I don't
wrong.
want to hear the
No
words
doubt, she's
racism
not.
and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her, and I'm
There's
very
Vivek.
worried that we've
Vivek's
not
there. You
talked
see
a lot
that?
about how violent people
He's coming out
may
there,
be
guys. He's coming
and
out
angry
there.
because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Belly up.
Right. I mean,
I
I
may
can
down
just
this whole
imagine,
shot
I'm
here in a
thinking about The
second if he says the
View,
right
and
thing.
a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong
Ladies and
with
gentlemen,
someone
the
who would vote
47th
for him?
president of the United
and
States,
Joe Scarborough saying,
Donald
we weren't raised like this. Who
J.
raised these people?
Trump.
So I
What
can
does the
only
J
imagine
stand
what
for?
tomorrow
Anybody
is
know?
going to look like.
Does anybody know? What
You know, I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country. And that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency, and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think a Donald Trump who goes with his instincts is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls
will
went
make will
up.
be the attorney general.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid attorney general.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have
the cast of characters. What
bench.
I'm wondering is,
and sometimes, like you were saying, that the
where does
Democratic
Tulsi
Party is
Gabbard
quite
fit
old
in?
right now.
Where's she at
There's
the
not
cabinet?
A great bench, although
would
there
she
are
not
some,
make
but when
a
you take
great
governors
Secretary
out
of Defense,
states, then you leave a hole,
or
and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty
Tulsi
strong
Gabbard.
right now.
There you see
Secretary of State.
Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, and his lovely wife Andrea. So people
looking through some stuff
are there
here,
waiting
guys.
for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government
he hasn't
is
used
gonna
this
do, asking their government
it's a
to see them
Sabaton tune
and their concerns
that I'm trying to
it
find,
works,
and I
that
just
this
can't
is
find it.
American democracy in our republic.
Driving me nuts.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time. I think it'll be one that
get this one. There we go.
Will be for the history books.
Scroll down.
President Bush,
to about
I think, got
here.
40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that.
Ever since you went trash cast, it's all about Eric July.
This was conventional also.
It's driving me nuts.
People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country.
Damn it!
I congratulate him tonight.
I'm looking through EBS's.
I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend,
you know who else uses it?
That they're not realized.
I'm gonna have to change
my
venues
party
here.
And my friends, and for that
but
matter,
I know one guy that
alike,
uses
we're all
a
able,
lot over
once we get
here.
past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment
over here.
To have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So
I'm gonna find it.
Those are my thoughts. Bro.
All these guys are talking back and forth. It's no big deal. But we're gonna get
issue that of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands
what sucks about this
hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind
if I wasn't such a dumbass, I'd do this on another screen and then bring it over, right?
It doesn't win.
And narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down, and I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on.
Yeah,
in
here it is.
Israel,
I found it.
Or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course,
a certain person
we
know
care about many things.
Uses
just
this.
as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically.
Let me get it
but you know, Martha,
here.
something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that.
Come
and
on.
it kind of backfired. Look at
I'm
this
having to let it play
vote.
through. Hang on,
and
guys.
it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president.
Yeah,
the presidential race was not a proxy for your position on
I'm having to watch this chick do this
by the way, somebody
stupid
sent me the
shit.
Statistics. Over
Well,
$500
we'll just pick it
billion
up from
spent
here.
on
Hang
ads
on.
about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the 16 billion Brett is talking about. 37 million for pro-lifers.
Here we go.
The
This
rest
is
was
an
the
old,
pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane
Yellow
amount of money.
Flash
So we've
cast.
spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting
We
markets.
gotta let this play.
Trey, at this point, it's about 66% the Republicans hold on to the House.
You'll see what I was looking for.
As they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these
just some talking heads, no doubt.
About what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral.
But Duke
college
didn't
landslide.
endorse him in 2020 because he believed in the media lies about Trump.
2016.
Though, let's not miss what we've been waiting on all night. Let's not miss that. Apparently, it got jacked up whenever I started friggin' playing that music. And I'll play that music off to the side. Hang on a second. Let's see. Let's take... Where are you, Rumble? Oh, yeah, that's right. Hang on. Boom. Got that there. We got that there. Where is the damn Rumble page? There it is. Okay. Let's take that over here. And yes, by the way, the guy that was talking earlier tonight, that's him right there with the beret on. That's the American Fox. Argon. Yes, that was him. Okay. Let's get Fox News back up and running. And get their volume on.
Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump.
But Sam Brown was left essentially.
There we go.
He was not going to win.
And we'll turn this music down in the background.
No,
and we'll let it
but
play.
I think he's a competent candidate.
You know what? No, you've got to see this. This is even better.
And the fact that it looks like it won't be just a squeaker. There might be a little margin.
We'll let them talk in the background, but you got to watch this in the
front. Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hobby in Wisconsin?
All right, let's find out what happened with our other video. Apparently, it's refreshing. Apparently, it can't run both. Apparently, I don't have the bandwidth to run both of them. But you get how I'm feeling, right? From that video. Let's see. We'll cut that out. And we'll get back to this.
Here we go.
Let's listen.
There we go. Here he is. He's out on the stage, boys and girls. JD. Nice. This is awesome, man. Wow. Okay, now I can't move it. Because I'm not looking at the camera, I'm looking off of you.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Fuck it, folks. I'm down in it.
Well,
down yours.
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this.
Thanks
in
for
this
sticking
country,
with me,
and
brother.
maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
I know the
we
song.
made history for a
I was
reason
trying to
tonight,
find the
and
Trump
reason is
thing
going to be
that
just
went with
that.
it. And the only place I've
overcame
seen it
obstacles
is
that
on
nobody thought
Ethan Van
possible,
Schreiber's
and it
stream
is now clear
and
that
Yellow
we've
Flash.
achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
The American people could sniff
Well,
out a
it's
fraud.
political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would
the Trump version of it, Vince,
result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory.
I wanted to see the Trump version.
We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you.
Mike Johnson gave his acceptance speech at 9:30 tonight after winning with 86% of the vote, and then made it out to Florida.
It's very nice, very nice. I will tell you, it's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room, with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that
Did
was
I see
one of
Dana
the
White on this
truly
stage?
important
Was that the
moments
bald
of
guy
my
I saw
life when
that was
I
asking about?
voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Yes.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have You have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
It's a red wave, boys and girls.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job.
Who?
I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
Oh, don't do it to him. Okay.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Hell yeah. The hillbilly's in. What's up? Holy shit. That guy, I wonder if it's hit him yet. What's going on? Wow.
His absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Immigrant wife, by the way. Both of them
And he is a
have immigrants
feisty
for
guy,
wives.
isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
MSDNC.
All right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he
You
just
know,
goes
it's
in
9:30 out in
absolutely
Hawaii right
obliterates them.
now. If Tulsi's at home, she's like, she's just having a glass of wine, enjoying the shit out of this.
Words,
Everybody else has dropped off for us, right? They're all asleep.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Fucking right. You tell him, JD. I love this kid. I do. He's good.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history.
There you
under
go.
Donald Trump's leadership.
Yes.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special.
I still
We
would
have
have
to make
some
it so we're going to
free
make this
tag
so great.
over Vance.
It's the greatest country and
But I
potentially
can't
the
win them
greatest
all. Have
country
to
in the
leave
world
some
by far.
for the rest
And
of you.
right now,
I
we're
got
going to
you.
just work very hard to
Got
get
you,
all
man.
of that back. We're going to make it the best.
Look, my brother calls him a front
that.
runner.
We just, if we had
he
to
read
wait
his book,
longer, I don't
and he
know.
says he's
It
a
was
front
going
runner.
bad, and it was going bad fast.
And you
We're going to have
take
to
that for
seal
what
up those
you
borders, and we're
make
going
of
to
it.
have to let people come into our country.
Highlander thinks that J.D. Vance is a front runner.
We want people to come back in.
He's just one of these guys that makes all the right choices to run with the best guys.
Come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. You want to say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Fucking right. The modern day Iron Man.
Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent
That's
2
really
weeks
why I
in
wanted to wake Dave up, because I know
different
he
parts
loves
of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was
I'll have to
burning
remember
like
that
hell.
for after this.
I said,
don't
what
wanna
happened
interrupt
to your
it,
paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of
my niece
nothing.
was stuck in
Fields
that.
became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North
Highlander
Carolina
couldn't
came
get
to
a
me
hold
and
of
they
his
said,
daughter
would
for
it be
days.
possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called.
And this
Elon
is a
Musk. I
private
said,
citizen
you have something
running
called Starlink.
for
Is
office.
that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is
who's
it? He
being
said,
barraged by his own government.
It's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need
Reaching
it
out
really,
to
really
a
badly
fellow
in North Carolina.
who had
Can
the
you get it?
means
He had that there so fast.
to
It was
help out those
incredible.
folks in North
and it was
Carolina.
great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
No.
We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
He fell out.
Bryson.
Come on, man.
Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
I knew that was Dana White. I knew it was him.
He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. It's time to feast. Yes.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, fucking right.
And
hell yeah.
You, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is awesome.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Thank you. Let's fix this thing.
And he's going to help make America healthy again.
There you go. Bobby Kennedy. Yeah.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, Leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia.
You better mention her, though. Come
Bobby,
on.
stay
Gotta
away
do
from
it.
the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy.
Oh, come on.
And for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
900.
Had a chance to go to one, couldn't get off work to do it.
A lot of rallies.
I'd have been on camera too. I'd have been
Everybody
right
was
behind
sad.
you.
Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people
No doubt,
have
awesome one. Praise Jesus. Hell yeah.
told me that God spared my life for a reason.
God spared your life for a reason, no doubt.
And that
Dude.
reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Are you watching,
I saw
sir?
that in the first term, when we became more and more successful, people started
Well,
coming
keep watching
together.
it. I just wanted to make sure you were. I'll call you after.
Bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Never mentioned Tulsi. That upsets me, but hey, we won.
Donald J. Trump.
That's all that matters.
The man who will be the 47th president of the United States in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for
Donald
all
Trump.
Americans.
What a deal.
Said God spared his life for a reason in those two assassination attempts.
God spared his life for a reason.
He said promises made,
that's
promises
an awesome
kept,
statement.
and he has a big
Vince says
agenda
Nick
ahead.
Fuentes
He thanked
is
a lot of people on that
father,
stage.
Green
and said
Beret,
success
combat
will bring
veteran,
us
an
together,
elected member of the
trying to bring
Virginia
the country
House
together
of
after what
Delegates,
is a bruising,
and
damaging,
based as
very
fuck.
vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up and comer. That guy.
Have you met him?
I wonder if they're even going to say anything about Tulsi Gabbard.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did, but he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an
Donald Trump,
absolutely phenomenal
number 47.
political comeback for Donald
This
J.
is an
Trump, who
amazing
will
thing.
be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that God spared him from those assassination attempts in order to lead the country. He said success.
All right, guys. That's going to do it for me. I've been flying solo here for a while, having a cocktail or two. It is time for me to cash it in for
Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that that has happened. We were told by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to do something and to respond to all of this, but no phone call, as we can tell right now. We're going to wrap up with our panel, Harold Ford Jr., Katie.
Let's pause that, and let me let you know what's going on with the channel, because I've got to get off the phone and probably do some more drinking and talk to my good buddy on the phone. That was my best friend in the entire world that I was just talking to. Let's take a look. Vince is hard at work. He's hitting everything. He's hitting all the links for the shows we got coming up, but I do want to hit what he said. He said, oof. 5 to 9 a.m. Yeah, I hear you, brother. Yeah, it's been a long show. But you know what? It's been a lot of fun. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed having David along for me, at the beginning. My stepson, Dave, fellow military policeman. It's always good to hang out with him. And I think he knew. I think he knew what was happening. Vince says totally worth it. Yes. I'll add the word totally. That's American lingo right there, but worth it to stay up for this one. My gosh, man. I've got to quote, Alex Jones. The globalists have been turned away. They have. We've got four years of somebody that's going to defend us. That's great, man. I'm really happy. I really am. I'm 59 years old, and to know that with the machine against us, we made it happen. It's a special thing. You should be proud Americans tonight. You should be. Even those who lost should be proud, because, hey, we have a revolution that happens every 4 years without a shot being fired. You lost tonight. Come up with some better ideas, come up with some better policies, and maybe you'll get it next time. I've voted Democrat before, only a few times. Both times Bill Clinton was running, I voted for him both times, because George Bush Sr. was heading us down the wrong track. And my gosh, Bob Dole was about to bore us to death, wasn't he? So I voted Democrat twice. But, after seeing what's been going on here lately, and I know it just floors you that I could do that, right? Well, I'm a registered Republican, but you know what? I vote my conscience, man. And I just knew the better candidate was on the right side of the aisle. The people that I thought more of were aligning with him. That's why I went that way. You know, I didn't have somebody barraging me every day at 11 a.m. or 10 a.m. Central Time to tell me how bad a person I was for even listening to this guy. Yeah. You guys come up with a better plan. Get a better candidate. Maybe we'll listen to you next time. I don't vote for him, but he is president, and I hope he does a good job. John Wayne about JFK election. Yeah, look, I've said this several times. Look, Donald colors his hair. Everybody knows it. It's just the way it is. You look at every president that's ever taken that job, they got a full head of dark hair, and by the time they leave, they look like a grandpa. You're never ready for that job. You're never ready for the stress it will give you every day. Thinking about what you're going to do for an entire 50 states worth of human beings. The United States is a large country, boys and girls. It's not as big as Canada, ground-wise, but it's big with human beings. And there's people coming here. Well, I mean, how many times do we have to document it? There are people coming here in droves hoping for the American dream. Boys and girls, this is a momentous occasion, and enjoy every minute of it. Relish it. If you lost this one, if you were on the other side of it, let this be the fuel that makes you come up with better ideas to win us over next time. Do it in a positive light. Whatever happened tonight, if you think it's a good thing or a bad thing, let it fuel you towards good. Okay? That's what you need to do. Let's go ahead and let you know what's going on with the channel. Of course, you know, this is a special presentation of Election Night Reaction live with myself, you know, an American Revolution every 4 years. I want to thank everybody that stuck with me through the entire 4 hours of this broadcast. Of course, tomorrow night is State of the Atmosphere, our pop culture show. Of course, we'll mention this during the show, but it's mostly going to be about the November releases at the theater. So you guys come check that out tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And then don't forget, right after that, at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, it's going to be It's Only Talk and Roll on That 70s Rock Fans channel. And we're going to have a meeting of the cult comedy crew. And we're going to be talking about one of the greatest comedies of all time. That's right. The epic adventures of King Arthur and his merry band of men, including brave Sir Robin. That's right. It's Monty Python and the Holy Grail tomorrow night at 7:30, right after State of the Atmosphere on That 70s Rock Fans channel. Don't forget to tune in for that. And then on Friday, it's Sketching the Privateer, the story of America's pirate patriot. Everything you need to know about my comic book as I do it live for you guys to enjoy. And then at 8 p.m. Central Time on Friday, it's Game Night with John. He's done with The Walking Dead. I'm sorry I haven't updated this yet. Let's see. I think I can do it rather quickly, though. He has moved on from The Walking Dead and is now doing Fallout. You guys come check that out at 8 p.m. Central Time on Pop Culture Minefield's channel and Das Wolfen's channel. Go check that out on Friday. And then, of course, Saturday nights, it's Jed Revenwolf's MFR Roadhouse, whenever he decides to get it back going again, when he's done with all of the stuff he's got going on. Of course, he didn't show up tonight, but he told me he was going to be busy. He was invited on several shows. And, you know, He said he was going to come over and say hi to me, but his lady, he sent his lady. So that's good. Anyway, when he gets it going again, I'll be there. And he has t-shirts going too. So check out Jed Revenwolf's channel for MFR Roadhouse Saturday nights at 9 p.m. And then, of course, Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Central Time, it's NFL pregame party, where we get together and talk about everything college football and the NFL. Come check that out 2 hours before kickoff of your afternoon slate of games on Sunday at 10 a.m. Central Time. And then, of course, on Monday, it's Military Monday with Gary Kissel and Anima Confusa and Martin Acosta Santana over on Pop Culture Minefield. We did Spectral this week. Great show. As a matter of fact, I recommended to Knock. He watched it this week and even enjoyed it. You guys come check out Military Monday. I'm not sure what we're doing this Monday. I can't remember exactly what it is, but we're going to be doing a military movie. So come check it out Monday at 10 a.m. Central Time on Pop Culture Minefield's channel. And then Monday at 5 p.m. Central Time, it's the Brothers Hack the Matrix. The one brother I have on this planet. There can be only one. The Highlander will join me, and we will show you everything that has to do with the clown show that is 2024 through today's headlines. The Brothers Hack the Matrix every Monday at 5 p.m. Central Time. And then, of course, on that brings us right back around to Tuesday and Papa Joe Gamer After Dark, video games, cocktails, and fails. So, for myself, Vince Womack, Real Wade Nation, let's see, who else did we have? Oh, yeah. Mrs. Jed Revenwolf. Want to thank you for being here. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow veteran, my fellow military police corps brother, my stepson, Argon of Terra. Thank you so much for being here, guys. And until we see you again, I want you to keep on keeping on. God bless.